Well, good evening. Happy Friday, July 18th, 2025. Glad to see you all here. It's been 3 weeks away and now we're back. So hopefully we can remember how to do all the things. Not really sure, but I guess we'll have to find out. That is. I don't even know how to do this anymore. It's been quite the week. I need a vacation from my uh just all of the things. But glad you guys are here. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope you guys had a good few weeks and you're enjoying the what is it now? Probably the heat of the summer. Yeah, we tried this new thing where I'm going to try and start on time. It's not that bad, right? We're going to try this new thing. We're going to try and manage the stress by doing it that way. So, oh my word, I know that person. Well, hey, Christine. Fancy seeing you here. I believe that would be my brother's sister, whom is a very talented artist, remarkably talented artist. So, let's see. Anyways, um, as we always do during the beginning of these live streams, I get a little bit nervous, so I essentially talk until I calm myself down. That ends up happening, and then we start to get into topics, and I can fill you guys in on where things have been, both in the personal life, in the fun life, with the minis and the mischiefs, and all of the above. And then we get into the actual legal topics that we're going to cover this evening. We have a couple of different things that I wanted to try and get to, and then as I started looking at things I wanted to get to, I kind of snowballed because there's been a whole lot of things that have occurred in the past 3 weeks. Not inconsequential either. So we've got a grand juror that is pleading guilty to violating sequestration rules, well, rules of secrecy when it comes to grand jury. We have media reporting that a juror, well, misreporting the grand juror as a juror. I'll go through that in a little bit. We've got some Alex Murdaugh stuff to go through. Reporting out of Fitz News that there are some new text messages, whether that has an impact on his appeal. Then, of course, in doing all of this, stumble across a complaint that has been going on and is currently getting a little bit of traction in Florida in regards to Erika Girardi, Erika Jane from the Real Housewives. So we'll take a look at that. I don't know whether that's going to be really worth following, but we've been following the bankruptcy, and it's good to close the loop on that case again. So we'll have to let's see where that ends up going. Oh, was that it? What else have I done? I think I got it. This is bad because here's the problem. I actually have to be awake at a very ungodly early hour next tomorrow. For me, that's not as early as people think. But to each their own. This entire week has been a complete, absolute, utter, unbelievable nightmare. I don't think I've slept very much. I don't think I've done much of anything other than my fingers hurt from how much I've had to type to get caught up. I am exhausted from how much I've had to speak to clients, opposing counsel, opposing parties. It has been 5 levels of exhausting. So hopefully the audio is sounding okay. Oh yeah, the plea deal. I forgot about that. Happened as well. My gosh. Yeah. Where is it? The Coldplay. We'll go through a little bit of that too, because we're gonna learn some life lessons from the divorce lawyer using a somewhat viral moment without shining too much additional light on it. But oh my gosh, it's gonna be one of those days. It's gonna be one of those evenings. Tell you what. Let's see. Oh, and then that was it. Sarah Boone. Guilty of murdering her boyfriend in the suitcase by locking him in the suitcase. Famously went through eight attorneys before just crashing and burning in her sentencing statement to the judge. Well, she's appealing her case or her decision, and she's very upset again, very upset that her appellate counsel is not as responsive as she would like them to be. So we're going to withhold judgment a little bit, just a little bit. And then we're not going to withhold judgment. We are absolutely going to judge. Emily Aarons, I forgot about this. Tom Girardi reported to prison today. Yeah, we can cover a touch of that sentence as we get to that topic, because we're going to have to do it on the road so far when we go through that. Canonical Heat, thank you very much for the super chat. Do all the likey, subscribey, notification thingies. Please do, guys. Please, especially on this video. If you are watching, please hit the like button. You know why? I was gone for 3 weeks. You know what YouTube does when you're gone for 3 weeks? They basically take your channel, your videos, all the notifications. They say, well, this guy probably died. That's what they do. I'm not. I'm okay. I'm here. I'm still back on the live streams. So please hit the like button. Remind them that you're here. Remind them that you're here. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's get caught up on some of the stuff, and then actually, y'all want to see where I was? I actually did. I did pull a couple of things that I was going to share with you. We can do them as little intermission things from time to time. Make sure that I have the right buttons clicked. Move certain things to the certain folders, because it's both kind of the minis update, and then there was a funny update today from Leo that I have been told I'm allowed to share, even though no judgment shall be passed on the condition, so you don't see it. My home. That was the other development in the past several weeks. Yet more moving, but not in a negative fashion. Basically, Mischief Manager and I combined houses, right? Combined houses. My house was sold pretty quickly. So my house and my stuff was the first stuff to kind of move into the house. And then it was on the list of things to do was to move the remaining items out of Mischief's townhouse so that we could either list it or rent it. Well, it was on the list of things, but the list of things, as you guys know, is probably 1.5 miles long. So there was stuff in there for close to a year. Just stuff. Random things. Brought most of it over, but random things. Well, what does it take for an ADHD person to do anything? A very, very, very unrealistic deadline. Like almost crazy. So when Mischief somehow sees on Facebook that someone's looking for a townhouse to rent, gets it into her mind that sounds ideal. Oh, you need the townhouse in like 6 weeks. Sure. Why not? We can do that while the kids are out of school for the summer and needing to be taken, just needing all the attention. And while we both have very active work obligations. So we got everything emptied out. But the consequence of that is that there are pathways in my home. There are pathways where I can access the laundry room when I navigate past boxes. And then there are pathways that I can navigate certain corners of the main living room. More or less, depending on the day. And then upstairs, there are pathways that get to the bed, to the bathroom, and then to the closet. Apart from those pathways, it's just everything is everywhere. So the update on life is life, right? That's how things work. That's how they always will. Whew. It has been fun. These are experiences that, we're just going to call them experiences. When I move, my mic fades out. That's probably just because I'm moving away from it. I'll stay closer to it. That's mine. That's my fault. Probably my fault. Sounds not good. Oh, no. Hopefully it's improving. I'll just keep it nice and close. That will make it easier. Let's see. Do I need a bigger house? Didn't think so. Probably do. Laura says he might be on time, but he still has audio issues. I don't know why. Told you. I fixed the things. Here, let's do that. We're going to gain it up a little bit and see if that doesn't help the situation a little bit. Then the internet's a little bit okay. We're plugged in, but internet's a little bit okay. So, no, we did not move again. Just moved remaining items into the home. Which just, oh yes, Kimberly, we need less stuff. Absolutely. I 100% believe that every human needs less stuff. I would love to have less stuff. I also don't like throwing things away. So finding a good place to donate it and a good place to get rid of it. And we Facebook buy nothing groups are phenomenal. Because you basically can give things back to the community, everyone at large. That's how that works. Wow. StreamYard changed the buttons. Hang on. This is going to be confusing to me. Oh, I don't. This is going to be interesting, guys. The buttons are different places. Very different places. So I don't know what I'm going to do or how to do the things. We'll figure it out, though. Okay. So I was going to do a little bit of an update, a little bit of fun update. And then we can get in to the topics at large. For some of you that follow on Instagram, you will see some of these videos or photos. You'll recognize them. Yeah. I've not been streaming so long that StreamYard completely changed. It did. It's been a while. It's been a minute. 3 weeks by my count. So, that's how life, generally speaking, works. Okay, so let's see. Pardon the delay. Like I said, still remembering how to work all of the buttons. And I am seeing, got a Coldplay video. It's just all the things. We'll be there in a second. And let's see. You know what's really fun? Dead air, when I'm talking to nobody at all. Well, I'm talking to you guys. It's fun. Have I caught up on EDB and Lawyer streams? I've caught intermittently here and there, just to try and keep a mind of everything that is going on. So let's see. Let's start with that. Let's do that. Hang on. All right. So where in the world did Rob go? Where in the world? For those of you guys who get bored with this stuff, I don't mind. You don't have to stick around. I mean, please do. I will get to the actual legal topics in a bit. Promise you. But sometimes you just gotta let me share fun things that I think are cool and fun. Like the Pacific Northwest, which is immensely cool and fun and beautiful and wonderful. No! Why are you doing that? Don't do that. That's annoying. I asked for you to behave, and you did the opposite of what I asked you to do. Life, man. Life. Of course. Why would anything behave? Why would anything behave? No, it wouldn't. Yeah. So, sadly, here's the thing. Andrea Burkhart, while this video was being taken, Andrea Burkhart. You see where my mouse is? Where, let me see. I got to reposition that. Where is that? Let's see. There's the straight. Andrea Burkhart is right over here. She's right there. Right where the mouse is. Because she was traveling up for the Runkle meetup. And even though you can see the mouse right there, even though she was right there, I did not have the means at that point in time for us to meet up. So there is next year. I will absolutely be there. And there will absolutely be an opportunity for us to be there. So that's where we were. That's the fun Pacific Northwest, which is remarkable and beautiful and all of the things. Then what do we get to do there? This is the mischiefs update. This is the fun part. I like this part. Get to do all kinds of stuff. Like teach kids really cool lessons. Hypothetically, how to ride a motorcycle responsibly and how to enjoy it. Let's see. Is there audio with this one? I think there is. Ooh, not to be too loud. And fun freeze frame coming up in a second. That's a plane landing. That's a plane. There it goes. There it goes. So we teach kids how to ride motorcycles because we do so, and we do so responsibly. And we teach them how to drive four-wheelers and side-by-sides and all of the above. So like I said, Blakely is a place. It is Blakely Island, Washington. It's a place where a lot of fun happens. And then sometimes on the 4th of July, whoop, there's Mini number 1 on the motorcycle. Tons and tons and tons of fun. Yeah. And the 4th of July, there's always this lovely parade with all the kids. It's so much fun. Everyone decorates their little side-by-sides, their vehicles, all the above. And we all have, everyone just, it's the best place. Whoop, there's Mischief and Minnie. So that was the fun. And what was the update from Leo? I promise you we'll get to the legal topics. You know what? I'll do the Leo update a little bit. So we're going to get to some of the comments, and we're going to get to the commentary, and we're going to start with Sarah Boone. I think Sarah Boone's going to be the quickest. I know people are going to ask if Ian's here. Ian is out of pocket today. I know he's been traveling, so I don't anticipate that he will be here. But hey, he has the keys to the kingdom if he does decide to pop in. It is always his choice to do so. Yeah, it looks like he is traveling in very remote locations, which means he will probably at some odd hour join on a phone, and we'll see him. I don't know. We'll see. But it doesn't mean that we can't have fun, right? Pop Princess, hey everyone, missed you all, missed you guys too. Thank you very much. Just Because, happy Friday and welcome back. Member for 35 months. Thank you very much. Just Because gifted 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Phoenix. Thanks for being a member for 31 months. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Melissa S., happy Friday. Want to go to a Coldplay concert? All right, let's cover this right. We'll just go through this right now. We're gonna have to do it. For those of you who somehow avoid the internet at all costs, I don't know how you would get away with it or how you just do that. And for those of you who are skilled enough to do that, good for you. Never change. But for everyone else that has any access to the internet whatsoever, you undoubtedly saw a certain clip. And a certain clip took place at a Coldplay concert. And I don't want to focus too much on it. But let's see. Yeah. That clip. Coldplay at the concert. Yeah. So that reaction. That caused me to add one more thing to the commandments bestowed upon all clients going through matrimonial separation and or divorce. The commandment added was, do not take mistress to public venue of any kind, whether it's a sporting event or a concert. Just don't do it. Just especially not, I mean, just don't do it. Be a grown-up. Tell your significant other that you don't want to be with them, and then go do the things. The memes that came from this, though, were remarkable. And I feel very bad for the spouse that had to find out this way. It was horrible. That right there was the CEO of a company, and that person with him was apparently someone involved in HR in the company. Just why you wouldn't think that would occur, or that, I mean, it's a public place. You are within eyesight. People, you can be seen by everybody. Everybody can see you. So is what it is. The memes that came from it were phenomenal. Phenomenal memes. My thing is, I don't know how people wait until the flags become that bright red, because they were all yellow too. Too soon, too cheesy, too dad joke. They were all yellow too. The other one that I saw was great was what was it? Coldplay hasn't come out with a single in over a decade. Yet last night they made 2. Oh my. Well, from the divorce attorney, don't do the thing. Don't take the mistress or the mister. What do you call a male mistress? They still the mistress? Don't take the side piece to the concert. Just don't do it. Pretty simple. You avoid a whole lot. Just don't do it. Because now, here's the thing. I have a conspiracy theory. Ready for this one? Everyone get their tinfoil hats. Ready? Tinfoil hat on? Just do it. Tinfoil. What if, hear me out before you dismiss it. What if Coldplay had, I don't know, hired a private investigator to kind of look at who would be in the luxury suites? Because you kind of know from venue to venue the luxury suites that are going to be there. Don't be too judgy yet. What if they did that? I mean, they're not that relevant anymore. They were a band back in the early thousands. And no one's talked about Coldplay in decades. What if we as a band decide that we're going to start doing the kiss cam, and we kind of scout ahead of time who's in the luxury suites? What if we catch someone that's not doing something they should be doing? We become relevant, internet famous. People are looking at our lyrics, singing our lyrics, joking with our lyrics with a meme. The person that is doing the bad thing is cast all over social media. I mean, it's possible, right? It's possible. I know that people were talking. I mean, and people are like, yeah, but you would have seen it before. I don't know. What if there were like 4 or 5 concerts leading up to this, and they had found someone in these boxes that they knew was not doing the right thing or the smart thing or they were with somebody they shouldn't be, and they were zooming in on that person, and they did the same lyric or the same line, and all of a sudden the person just sees that they're on the jumbotron. They just don't react like the idiot and dive beneath seats and hide like he's jumping into like a groundhog hole, trying to hide himself from I don't know. That reaction. Oh yeah, that was the second part of the tip. One, don't take the side piece of the venue. Two, if you do take the side piece of the venue and you happen to get on kiss cam, you know what you do? Nothing. You don't react at all. Nada. Not one iota. You just sit there. Maybe you nod. Maybe you play it off like you're just hugging the person, but you don't dive on the ground like you're trying to just crush a grenade and keep people around you in the luxury suite box from being blown up. Just don't do it. And of course, the investigative reporting that takes place after this, come to find out, go figure, come to find out, the reporting suggests that the person that the CEO had a habit of just, well, let's put it this way. I don't think he was very well liked in this company. God. Rob can represent the wife at this. Man, that is a just, I can't even imagine it. I don't know because the judge might look at that and no, they wouldn't feel bad at all. They wouldn't. Mm-mm. Not for the guy. Oh God. Leave the side piece at home. I mean, don't have the side piece in the first place. Keep the body parts in the bedrooms where they should be with the partner that you should be sharing the body parts with. Not with a coworker. Oh, that was the other part. What was it? No, hang on. No, Forbes won the day for me. Forbes won the day. I loved it. Where was it that Forbes did the reporting? I don't think people found this nearly as funny as I did. Where was this one? God. Forbes. Give me 1 second. I will find it. I promise you. Because I could not believe all of our collective luck. Here we go. Share screen. Where is this? Forbes. Of all the days to decide that they want to just Forbes. Why losing your favorite coworker hurts more than you admit. It was literally, the article was literally published. It was literally published 22 hours ago, simultaneously with all of this news breaking. Just why losing your favorite coworker hurts more than you admit. Yeah, losing this coworker is going to hurt a lot. It's going to hurt his wallet. It's going to hurt his reputation. Now, it didn't have to be with a coworker. So yes, this poor CEO losing this coworker is going to cost the company a lot. It's going to cost him a lot, both emotionally, psychologically, financially, all of the above. Just, it was ridiculous. Also, apparently I was feeling punchy last night because I was like, touche indeed. And then I was like, I remember hearing the ads. Indeed. So, speaking of Indeed, you should try Indeed.com, the smartest way to hire. Find an HR director that doesn't hook up with the fucking CEO of the company. Just don't do it. I had half a mind to just send a firm-wide blast or just send an email to our HR director at the entire law firm. Send an email to the HR director of the entire law firm. Not a sponsor. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, not a sponsor. Send a law firm or send an email to the entire copy of the entire law firm, all the lawyers, all the paralegals, everybody, and send it straight to the HR director. Just have that caption be like, so hypothetically, what would happen if this was one of our employees? Just is there a protocol? Do we need to put a protocol in place for one of these? Do we need to adopt an SOP? What happens when you find yourself out with a colleague that you shouldn't be out with and you get a camera turned on you? There's no clean way of handling that. Like there's a bad way of handling it. It's how he handled it. Oh my gosh. It's terrible. And every human in the entire internet saw this thing. There's no stretch of the internet that has not seen this. So when a part of me was feeling bad about, I don't like just pushing this additional information out there, every human has seen this. Now, the wife is probably, remarkably, justifiably pissed off and probably very hurt. So, this guy better buckle up, because if I was counsel on the other side, holy crap, he would be in for a world of hurt. World of hurt indeed. So let's see. Where was it? I was looking at some of the other comments because I'm going to pull some of it up. Yeah, this right there. If they had played it off like nothing happened, no one would have been wiser. I was thinking about this. I was watching this happen and I looked at it again. I said, look, if he just continued hugging her and I'm the lawyer arguing against that, how would I argue that? How would I argue that this was nothing? Right? One, I would, I just have to, I'd have to not physically have knowledge of it, but arguing to a judge, this person's their best friend, they just found out their best friend had cancer and we were hugging, and then the attention got drawn to us and I was just giving her a hugging embrace because she had just discovered some really terrible news. I'm thinking about that, but yeah, but he'd kind of have to play that off like it was actually a hug. There is no way to play that off when he dives for the ground. You just sat there continuing to hug her. I mean, you can play that off. Doesn't really show very much, but 2.2 seconds after discovering that they are on the Jumbotron and the actions that take place after that, there ain't no doubt that those two people were making contact that they should not have been making. Pretty horrible. Pretty horrible indeed. Wendy H. Lego solves all ills? I did not know that. Learn something. Oh, and the statements that were circulating, I have not seen that he has made one specific statement. Every statement that has been circulated has been a parody and proven a parody. So there were some that, and the thing is, I live with my mistakes. When I leave them out there on the interwebs, I live with them. I try to correct them underneath. So in the comment section, I'm clearing up that, no, that's there. But when I make a mistake, I don't just go back and erase the whole damn thing. Even that goes for typos, by the way. Like half of my Twitter feed is typos. So, I'm a typer on the keyboard, not on the thumbs. So what a mess. What a mess indeed. And that's hashtag Lego Rob. Oh, Wendy. Hey, Wendy. Lego stream. Is that still up? I think it is. MLS Law had it up. That was a fun live stream where I made the Legos. A lot of fun. Best interview tactic of all time. Canonical Heat, thank you. I've been able to do the following for a while, and then he gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Canonical Heat. He or she. Thank you. Very, very kind of you on all that you do for the channel. Baby Steps 22. Thanks for being a member for 25 months. Yay, FNF is back. I hope you enjoyed your time away. Let's roll. We be rolling. Lindsay. Hey, Lindsay. Hi from Seattle. With a white peach ginger beer, enjoying a break from the heat. It did get hot out there. Got to 93 earlier this week, but what a lovely overcast 67 today. Hope you enjoyed your vacation up in the islands. It was wonderful. We had a great time. Perfect weather. Seattle might have some miserable weather in the winter. Sorry for those of you who enjoy it. But in the summer, I don't know that you find very many better places. Amy T, thank you for being a member for 28 months. Same on vacay from vacay moved this week. 3M, but still, it has been a week. And of course, I'm in like the fight for my life, or just fighting multiple battles in multiple cases across. The office held itself together. Thank God for my associates. They held themselves together, but getting back into the office where people are performing a certain amount of work and they hit a place where they're stopping, and it's kind of, they're stopping because they need you to approve what they've been doing or to review what they've been doing so they can get to the next thing. When that all backs up, You walk into the office and your list of to-do things is like 30 long. It's been a week. Fiona W., thank you for gifting 20 memberships. Laura Christine, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Brentwood Chic, but did you go to a Coldplay concert? I did not. I avoided the Coldplay concert. And hopefully none of your significant others were there either with people they shouldn't be. I mean, being there by themselves or with you, great, love it. Belle, yeah, for one of my favorite streamers on my birthday month. Happy birthday, Belle. Happy birthday month to you. Enjoy the whole thing. Jen DeCimio, hi, Rob. Missed the Friday Night Frenzy. I did too. I did. I very much did. I like talking to you, going through these cases. Like I said, I talk a lot to get calmed down, and then we get to talk about law, which is fun. Pamela Weisenbach, very glad to have F&F back. Me too. DSN, thanks for the membership. Oh, you're thanking others' memberships. Then you're gifting them back. Well, thank you, DSN. That's very kind of you. Grace Cat Queen is a member. Time Lords, Time, great to see you. I volunteered to adopt your 3D printer. It's not up for adoption. There is a funny story, though. And it has to do with the vacation. What do you think I could have done that would have just probably pissed off Mr. Manager going on this vacation for several days in a row to a place where mail gets delivered and you've got time? Not THYME, but TIME. So what could that got a third one? Yeah, that I got a 3D printer for out there. In my defense, I don't know that there's a defense. If I were to try and justify it, there was logic to this. Now, hear me out. Don't just start jumping down my throat. Let me make my case, and then you can be mad at me. Side note, Mini Mischief 1 is still over the moon and the proudest she's ever been because she has won an argument against a lawyer, and she tells all of her peeps that she's won an argument against a lawyer. The argument being about the 3D printer, whether the instruction of not bringing a 3D printer in the house and then having it in the truck that was parked in the parking spot in front of the house was actually bringing. It's neither here nor there. But in my defense, one, there was a sale. Okay? We can agree sales are good things. You save money. You don't spend all the money. It's a good thing. Right? So that there was a sale, and I gotta save it. Save this copy. Save this copy. Save this copy. There was a sale, and don't give me this whole like just because it was on sale, don't buy it. I challenge each and every one of you to not have made an impulse purchase when you were on a sale. You would be lying to me. No, there's no way. There are certain times when you buy things and you justify the purchase of the thing because it was on sale. Did you need it? No. Was it on sale? Yes. Did you buy it because it was on sale? Yes. Saving $100 doesn't really, I mean, when something's on sale, and I make this argument at the same time, all the time, Dom, all the damn time. When something's on sale for $100, you're still spending all the money less $100 on something else. But in my defense, on this occasion, because it's rules for thee, not for me, on this occasion, it was on sale. And the sale justified the purchase. There's another justification. I'm not relying exclusively on this justification. I promise you. Look, it's tall. It's small. It's little mini. It's a mini. It's an A1 mini. It's a little A1 mini, and it's got the multi-feeder. It did the thing. It was fine. It was really itty bitty, and it showed. Yeah, see, Donna, you're going to defend me, right? You bought a Bamboo on sale as well. Yes, you did. You absolutely did. You absolutely did. This is sensationally social with Beth. Absolutely. If it's on sale, money is saved. It is saved in this instance. However, when it's anything else being purchased and I am opposing the purchase, it is not being saved. But on this instance, it's being saved. this is how sales work in my brain on certain occasions. Now, what was the real justification? Did I need it? I really, really need it? No, I didn't. I didn't. But the real reason, what was the real reason for the purchase? One, the family goes to the island every year, and it's not just me and my family. It's my brother and his 6 children under 10. Do that math. It's a crazy household. My sister and her 2 children, all of whom are engineers, mind you. Everyone's an engineer. They all love this stuff. They all go to the island, and they spend a couple of weeks there in the summer. So I got to spread that joy around. Are they going to use it? I don't know, but I am justifying in my head that they could. It's there. That one probably fell flat. That argument, that is. Next argument is, Mini Mischief 1. Some of you might remember the last year that she was there, she set up a little lemonade stand. And she has her friendship bracelets and getting into those. So she was very enterprising, very entrepreneurial. So in the days leading up, she was designing, and I was helping her print little keychains and thingamabobs and 3D maps of the island and magnets, little orcas, helping her print these things. By helping her print these things, how do I say this kindly? She printed a few, and I just printed all the rest because it was fun. And honestly, because seeing the 2 of those kids smile is probably the coolest thing in the whole wide world. So if I can do anything to make that happen, I'm going to do it. Well, that little lemonade stand was now an arts and crafts stand on the island. And she set it up. And the first day she set it up, she made $96. $96. She is 10, folks. 10 years old. So $96. Now, here's the thing. Did I get a cut of it? I'll get there in a minute. $96 that she made selling little 3D printed stuff, her bracelets. Pretty cool, right? Watch a 10-year-old process in their brain that they just made $96. What was she insisting on doing every minute of every day after breaking down that stand? Can I go outside and set up the stand? Can I go outside and set up the stand? Do you think I could bring this with me and we could set the stand up? You know, we're going to the beach, but the beach, on the way to the beach, there's a place we could set the stand up. Or I can go out in the driveway and can set the stand up. Immediately. So I helped her print some more things. Printed a little stand for her bracelets. And at the end of the day, after having been there for like 8 days, she walked away with $192. $192. $192. The other cool thing about watching kids sell stuff is seeing all of the parents of kids and friends that you knew growing up, all of them and how much they love supporting that and how cool that is. But $190 something what she made. Well, then I informed her that there's a tax situation and that there's a bonus dad tax. I'm just kidding. I didn't tax her a single dime. She's keeping all of her money. But I did joke about it a lot. And I joked about material reimbursement. I said, what's my cut? I advanced the cost. Plus, I know that you made that little $192. Do you want to know that surely that justifies the 3D printer I just purchased? God. Oh, yeah. I was like, yeah, you know what? That $109. Look, I have $192. Honey, that's a dent. We can make a dent to justify it, But yes, it's very cool. You keep all of that money and you absolutely enjoy it every single second of it. She's in here counting her dollars. She's asking me, she goes, I need smaller bills. Do you have smaller bills? I said, honey, I don't carry cash. What are you talking about? So we had to create a little Venmo thing. It was so much fun. So much fun. Anyone who's thinking about it, honestly, the the 3D printer with these kids has been the greatest thing in the whole world. So cool. So cool. And of course, Mini Mischief 2 is already thinking he's running around. And how she gets him to do this, by the way. She prints a sign that, says, the what she mischiefs treats or something like that was the sign that she made. She tapes it to the front of the bike. Mini Mischief 2 is riding back and forth and just sends him out like one of the sign spinners. Just goes, go spread the good word, you young child. The manipulation of sisters to their younger brothers is horrible. It was great though, but he wanted some of the money for having done all this. We had to kind of this is quite the adventure indeed. Learning things learning things this way, and seeing these things from year to year is probably one of the coolest things in the whole wide world, and I wouldn't trade it for a damn thing. Not for a damn thing. So it was a lot of fun. It was a blast. All right, let's get caught up. See if we're there. Oh, we got ADHD superpower, purge power for the win with you. Yes, Megan, exactly. Mama Beth says that's girl math. That's any math. It really is. Mama Wolf, always happy to see you streaming, Rob. Thank you, Mama Wolf. Glad to see you here. Kathy, Parasau, missed you. Glad to be back here on Friday. Glad to be here too. Emily Ippolito, clapping for the employment attorneys. Everyone else may be having breakdowns, but they just got hit of the easiest CEO layoff of all times. Happy for them. True. I didn't think about that. You want to terminate your CEO? There's your good. There's your opportunity. There's your opportunity indeed. God. What a mess. Chris at M96, did you see your mama? I did. We were when she stays there the whole summer. So she said bye to my sister and her kids, sister, brother-in-law, and her kids. Said hey to us the next week or the next day or 2 days after. And then I think next week, my brother and his 6 children under 10, or 6 children under 11, will be up there for I think 2 weeks. So she's loving it indeed. Megan Easton, I'm pretty sure it's longer, but yay, member 7 months. I think you've been a member for more than 7 months as well. Light Queen, thank you for gifting memberships, much appreciated. M169, you don't hug a friend from behind like that. That's a lover move. Difficult to pass that off. I'm just trying to make any form of argument. It's not a whole lot to work with that clip. Just trying to figure out how. Yeah. In BPK, one of the fake statements quoted, fix you. Yes. That was the one that I fell for. I was like, come on, man. There's no. Yeah. Sandy, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Please hit the like button. Like I said, we're just getting back in the swing of things. There's 1,900 of you here. Make sure you're telling YouTube that we are in fact back live streaming Friday Night Frenzy. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. Don't take your extra out in public unless you have a spousal permission, because open relationships are a thing. That is fair. I hadn't thought of it that way. Absolutely, that's fair. Bama Girl 1955, condolences to the family, friends, and coworkers of the 3 Los Angeles deputies who died today. Condolences indeed. There's been a lot of tragedy in the news. So absolutely. Ian BPPK, thanks for being a member for 35 months. XCDA, thank you for gifting memberships. Light Queen, FNF, while making miniature house equals great night. Great to have you here. Morgan had to check since everyone else is. Member for 32 months, Morgan. Wendy H, bringing this back up. Lego Rob, best guest, Lego. That's got to be still up on, let's see, YouTube. The YouTubes, and we'll get to Sarah Boone. MLS law. Yeah, making laws. Did he still have that? Oh, it's a long time ago. I realize now I've been doing this YouTube thing for like 3 years. And I still can't even fathom that that's a real thing. I don't see it up. I know that his channel got unfortunately made to go bye-bye, but due to some really bullshit moves by somebody else. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Give me one moment, folks. Making sure. Yeah, usually, the nice thing about having other people here. Do. Okay. Sandy, I saw that. I might try in a bit. If you, Sandy, what you had sent me earlier, if you want to take a look, I might not. I think the mods. Let me do this here. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 minute. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's go to Sarah Boone. And this is something I was talking about. That's why I really didn't make too much light of it, other than to use as an example. People keep saying how bad they feel for the wife and the kids, yet everyone and their mother is taking a great delight in showing the kiss cam and creating memes. I wonder how the wife and kid feel about that. Probably not great. I agree. Probably not great. One of the challenges there is that there's various ways of looking at. And it's unfortunate. I do. But not even but. Let me say how I would argue that in court. You know who's responsible for every single ounce of that? Literally every single ounce of that. You know who's responsible for every single ounce of that? The person who stepped outside of their marriage and did that thing with that person. That's why I also go back to the whole having the courage to actually have the conversation with the person that you're with, making the hard choice and the hard decision to avoid the possible circumstance of that. I don't wish that on anybody. I don't. But you can't ignore that it is going to gain significant traction and it's going to become viral. There are people on the wrong end of virality every single day. That's why I also kind of used it as a don't do the stupid thing. Like I said, every single ounce is put upon those two people who were engaged in that behavior and who decided that it was okay to do it in a very public forum, in a very public setting, in front of tens of thousands of people, as if they didn't have a care in the world or give a shit. That is who should appropriately bear the blame. Just my opinion. You are free to disagree. 100%. Jan Edwards and Leonidas the Kitty. Hey, y'all, can you raise a glass to my sister, Steph? Absolutely. Whom is in a persistent vegetative state and not expected to ever get better. She introduced me to LawTube. I'm raising a glass to Steph. And hopefully she will be with you. And hopefully she does get better. But hopefully she'll be with you and you will carry her with you for the rest of your life. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, folks. Okay. So I've got the rest of these saved. Time. I volunteered to adopt your printer. I pulled that up as, that's why I give this stuff away. Let's see. Tumwater Troy, Hart, thank you for being a member for 11 months. Chris Cat Queen, because of you, Runkle and EDB all motivated me to apply and was accepted to grad school for Master's in Criminology. That's awesome. With plans to pursue a PhD in 2026. So thank you. The only person you have to thank is yourself. You did that. You did all that work. You're the one who gets the thanks for that. It's very kind of you to say, and I'm glad that you felt encouraged to do what you do from that. XCDA looks like a wonderful vacation in a beautiful spot. It was fantastic. H Scorpio, look up the cost of the Moto X before teaching the kids to ride. Oh yeah, no. Mini Mischief 2 is starting baseball. And I've represented clients who have kids that have been baseball kids, and holy crap, I didn't realize how expensive that was. Not at all. Jen V, enjoying my hubby being back from deployment. Congratulations. That's remarkable. Thank you for your service, husband. It is very much appreciated. Hold each other close. Very, very close. Corey A, First Matey May. Good evening, my friend. Enjoying you at all via RA, Recovery Addicts endorsement, and couldn't agree more. Pleasure, Robs. Blessings, Corey. Thank you very much. That's very kind. I love watching Scott. He's fun. Because there's also the ability to watch raw information. Plus the voice that just sounds like butter. It's bullshit. He's too talented. Way too talented. All right, we got one more. Luna Dewdrops. Hi, Rob. Nice to see you. Nice to see you as well. Very much appreciate to see you here. Glad you're here joining us. Move this tab to that side. It will take me a few weeks to get back in the swing of things, folks. I apologize, but it just will, because you lose muscle memory, you lose the ability to do these things, or you lose the ability to remember how to do these things. Wheezy, long time, first time, celebrating submitting my last final ever of my master's program in applied behavioral analysis. Ooh, that's fun. Well, I don't know if the schooling is fun for it. It sounds like a really fun trade and profession. So congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Hopefully wonderful, wonderful results. All right. Swoop. Oh yeah, no, this is Katsuko. Does the baseball just need a bat, gloves, and shoes? Yeah, no. It's the various leagues. I know parents who have kids signed up for like 10 different travel leagues. It is wild, and the time constraints. Where do you ever have time for like family with all of the stuff that these kids do? It's insane. I've also seen some really crappy like coaches that just promise kids all the things like you're going to be the next pro and yada yada. You got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. It's going to be tough. We'll see. However, kids are very talented. All right, let's get to the content. Look at that. Before 1 hour in. And we did it. Well, it's not official yet. Hang on. Not official yet. Oh no, wait. Get there. Find the tab. There we go. Before 1 hour in. Before 1 hour of live streaming, we made it to the first content. Sarah Boone. Good old Sarah Boone, who gave us such treasures and gems as during her sentencing, comparing herself and the beauty of her brokenness to Kintsugi. Let's see if we can't relive some of these best moments. Where is Sarah Boone? Statement to court. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that one, huh? Statement to the court. Relive some of the best highlights, perhaps some of the most gaslighting. Ever, ever, ever. Ever, ever, ever? Yes, forever, ever. So.
You've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame,
Bro, when did Court TV start doing that? That is wild.
Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive...
By the way, she did none of those things. Hang on. No, when you... Hang on.
Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you...
You did none of that. None. Okay. All right. So we all remember, I see the chat is very upset. Very upset the chat is at seeing Sarah Boone's face and hearing her talk again. So why are we even talking about this topic? God. Because Sarah Boone, having gone through 8 public defenders before she ends up getting a lawyer that signed on pro bono. I think pro bono. No, she's been paid. Signed on at the very end just because this woman was going to trial on her own. And by the way, when I said went through 8 public defenders, like people would not believe her truth. The lawyers would not believe her truth, and they would not advance the argument that she wanted to advance. And darn it to heck, she needed to be involved in every single decision, which included all the decisions of what was going to be presented at trial and all of the above. Anyways, she obviously, as every criminal defendant does, appeals. And in the appeal, she was appointed counsel because she is indigent, did not have the ability to pay for an attorney of her own, and the law requires that individuals be represented in their appellate advocacy when they're convicted. Okay? Notice of inquiry. Oh no, she's adopted the comes now. She hasn't done that before. She usually will just, say to the honorable, she filed in the circuit court. Comes now, Sarah Boone, the appellant, and respectfully moves this honorable court to please provide status of her court-appointed appellate attorney, Joshua E. Adams. I'm sorry, sir. Very sorry indeed. In addition to her inquiry as to the status of her pending appeal. In support, the appellant states the following. You know what? It's not handwritten. Although I probably would have appreciated a doodle. An order was filed with the 9th Judicial Circuit by the Circuit Court Judge Michael S. Kranick, appointing appellate counsel on December 18th of 2024. That would be, 7 months ago? Court-appointed appellate counsel Mr. Adams has sent a single basic introduction via inmate messaging to appellant on February 27th, 2025, asking if she had any information and to not hesitate to contact him. So Mr. Adams, I could have informed you of your mistake, and it was that last sentence. Appellant has attempted to contact Mr. Adams via inmate messaging 5 times and sent 2 handwritten letters to his office in efforts to receive status of her appeal and to confirm receipt of her correspondence to ensure his representation was, and still is, active from no response from him. To the present date of the inquiry, appellant has not received any type of response or correspondence in any form or manner from Joshua E. Adams, nor has any of her 9 third-party representatives on her behalf via email and phone calls, which go directly to his voicemail. Did she just say any of her 9 third-party representatives? Who are her 9 third-party representatives? Why 9? There are 9 people that she has convinced to reach out to this person. Oh my. Okay. That's what's happening. Sure. Going straight to voicemail. Well, that seems impossible, right? Ongoing 7 months. Appellant has received one message from her court-appointed appellate attorney, Joshua E. Adams. Well, the cool thing about appellate advocacy and appellate law is there really isn't anything that you need from the clients because there's no facts in dispute. The facts are all part of the record. What's cool about that is there's a transcript. It actually just lays out everything you need. And there's a record, there's a file. 99.99999% of anything you need in appellate advocacy is in those documents. It's really cool. I mean, sure, you want to kind of tell your client what arguments you're making. I'm sure Sarah Boone has various opinions on what types of arguments should be made. Like we have talked before about appellate advocacy and how you don't usually want to do the shotgun approach, which is where you just make every argument you possibly can because you only have a certain number of pages. And you really only want the strongest arguments to be made because you don't want the judges reading your appellate brief to kind of say, well, 80% of these arguments are bullshit, so I'm not going to listen to the other 20. But now, does anyone in the chat have an idea that maybe Sarah Boone has different priorities on arguments that should be made on appeal than her appellate counsel? Or which arguments should be made or how many arguments should be made? Yeah, I imagine there's a lot going on. Appellant was recently made aware by a third-party representative, one of the 9, that is, that the court issued an order on June 13, 2025 with a 20-day due date. When was this filed? June 20, 2025. What order was issued? Probably a briefing schedule. June 20, Friday, 7/14/21, which would make July 10th. July 10th, the response date. Uh-oh. Due to complete lack of proper and effective communication from her court-appointed appellate attorney, the appellant's appeal is now in jeopardy. That would be a problem. That would very much be a problem. Mr. Adams, are you around? Let's see. Orange County. Where does Orange County Circuit Court appeal to? Where does that court? It goes to. Let's see. I don't know Florida jurisdiction. The 9th Judicial Circuit. 9th Judicial Circuit Court of Appeals. Florida. Let's see if we can't find the status of this dang thing, shall we? Serving Orange and Osceola counties. Probably said that terribly wrong. Judges, divisions, resources, and tools. Probably in the resources and tools. What do you think? Opinions, case query. Case query. There we go. Here, I'll let you guys follow along while we look for this. Case query. Orange County, go to my e-clerk. Wait, is it just here? No, I said Judicial Circuit. Or is that not the Court of Appeals? To Orlando, the 2nd? I don't know. Let me take this down for a second. Let's do this. Let me look on the other tab. Oh, the 9th Judicial Circuit. They call them circuit court judges in the circuit. No. Where does a Court of Appeals appeal to there in Florida? Let's see. Oh, Sarah Boone. Appeal is in where? What court did you appeal to? Where did you go, Sarah Boone? So they filed the notice. He filed the notice of appeal. And it goes to it's Tampa. Second. No, that's Tampa. Lakeland is 6th, 9th. Yeah, Peter's on a cruise. Trust me. I was going to text Peter about another case. That SOB decided he wanted to take a vacation too. Let's see. I should be able to find it within the case record search because when the notice of appeal is filed, it is filed in the underlying court that entered the opinion or the judgment, but it should have the case styling for the appellate case. District Court of Appeals, July 1 order. Oh, look at this. Motion for extension of time is granted. The appellant shall serve an initial brief within 60 days of the date of this order. Sarah, 7 days prior, your counsel had received an extension. Probably should have told you about that. That's kind of a drop ball. Let's see. What's the record look like? Docket, complaint. So how many pages is the entire court record? Entire court record is, that's not that bad. 1,399 pages. I thought it'd be more than that. Really? Orders, judicial acts to be reviewed, court minutes, transcript. That transcript seems small. 929 to 1015. Okay. All right. Sarah, never fear. Don't fear. Your attorney actually asked for an extension and got it before you filed it. So you've got 60 days from the date of July 1st. We're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. I probably should communicate that to you, but that's what it is. The failure of an appointed attorney to perform the duties or communicate with their client cannot be held against the appellant. Dismissal of an appeal under these circumstances would be an obvious denial of her due process and effective assistance of counsel. Wait. There's an actual case site? No. That's wild. And it looks like an appropriate citation too. Okay. Appellant further invokes Douglas v. California, U.S. Supreme Court case, which guarantees the right to counsel on a first appeal of right. That's true. And Aders v. California, another U.S. Supreme Court, which outlines the duty of appointed appellate counsel to support the appeal or withdrawal following proper procedures, neither of which have been followed here. Well, I would disagree with you, Sarah. I would say that your counsel, by asking for the extension, given the volume of the record, it's probably warranted. Appellant respectfully requests this honorable court to please advise and take notice of these violations and to either compel court-appointed appellate attorney Joshua E. Adams to fulfill his legal duties and communicate immediately, or appoint new counsel capable of necessary communication and representation and inclusion of the appellant. See, here's the thing. You bookended some things there. So let's talk about this. So you put a bunch of these things together, but I don't know that some of these you really should or actually get. Appoint new counsel capable of necessary. And then here's the thing. Communication. Yes, there's an obligation to communicate. I think Sarah and every other lawyer, judge, bar association, everybody else has a different version or understanding of what communication is proper. Probably just does. Representation. You get that. Absolutely. You get that. It's this inclusion one. It's the reference to and inclusion of the appellant. I don't really know that you get that. You get included in some of the stuff, but if I'm being quite candid, What is my client going to tell me about appellate advocacy? Are they going to know the case law in the jurisdiction, the history of the case law in the jurisdiction? Very rarely, I imagine they probably would, but you get included insofar as you get notified of what is going on, and you get included insofar as they are presenting you with their advice on what grounds to appeal upon, and you get to sign off on whether certain grounds are proceeded with or not. But you'd be hard pressed to find a judge that's going to say, counsel, I demand you include Sarah Boone in all of your decision making to the full extent that you can, the full extent that she so desires. Oh, look, she signed an appellant. Did we miss her handwriting? I don't know that we did. That is something else, folks. That is indeed something else. Now, that's odd because she loves signing her name. Unsigned. Very fascinating. What do you think, folks? Glad to see her back in the news. Oh, my. Oh, my. Indeed. Oh, no. Okay. I'm looking back at the thing. The transcripts of the proceedings are quite a bit longer. Transcripts of the proceedings look like they're about 3,000 to 4,000 pages. That sounds more appropriate. That sounds more accurate to me. Oh, crap. Can I actually download the full transcript? Did I accidentally just click that? Oh, the reason for the delay was the lower court. The court didn't do it yet. It's the clerk's office. Here, I'll share. I'll show you guys what the issue was. This is what the issue was. This is what was holding it up. Let's see. There, that's what was holding it up. The lower tribunal has not transmitted the record of appeal to this court. Within 20 days of the date of this order, appellant shall ensure that the clerk of the lower tribunal transmits the record or to appeal, or alternatively file a response that shows cause why this appeal should not be dismissed for failing to ensure the transmission of the record. So the record looks like there was a delay in preparation of the record, which is, the record is substantial, and which is why the court reporter requested an extension to prepare it. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Learn something new every day, folks. You really do. And yeah, it looks like I did accidentally click to download the transcripts because it is trying to load 3,000 pages. I'm just going to let it roll. See? Trying to load. We're just going to let it rock. We're going to let it do its thing. Robin, the ADR part of the case size is real, but it doesn't apply to Sarah Boone's case. 60-year-old California case about a court rule, not at all similar to Florida appellate court rules. They must have done ChatGPT research. Ooh, let's do this. Let's look it up. Let's see. Where are you? Which case? There's the Douglas v. California. Let's see. Pullen v. State. That's the one she cited, right? Let's see. Pullen v. State. Copy. Let's see if Florida puts their case law. Pullen v. State. The class state of constitutional offices we have jurisdiction. Appeal general district administrative proceedings, authorizing her continued civil commitment. Baker acted. Dismissed the appeal in written opinion. That's an appropriate cite. So the first cite, the Pullen v. State, is an appropriate citation. Douglas v. California might be the one we're talking about. which Douglas v. California. No, I mean, these seem to be okay. I don't know that they're really wrong. At least some of them are cited properly. What are you going to do? I mean, it's pretty impressive that it was typed at all. Thank you, Robin. Byron, Butterfield, Karen Reed is the rare exception where the direct defendant involvement in the court case can work. Are there others? That's not necessarily. There's a lot of cases where I need information. Usually you have no one who's more interested in their own innocence or their own defense than the defendant themselves. They will very oftentimes know the statements that were made. They know all the above. I would say, now here's the thing. Sam Bankman-Fried was his own worst enemy. He probably knew more about the fall of FTX than anybody else in that courtroom or anyone else in the country. But he did not know how to keep his mouth shut. That was his fault. But there are cases where defendants help all the time. And in civil cases, I rely on my client for everything. They are the ones with the information. They have the information in their head, and I need to get it out of their head and in front of the judge. That's what I say. So I need their help. But I don't know where I've seen criminal defendants be as involved on a day-to-day level as Karen Reed was. She knew her case very, very well. Deanne B, so happy you're back. You have been missed. Thank you very much. It's always lovely to hear that. K-Rab, my sister always had her kids in soccer and travel teams were ridiculous, but my nephew is now playing semi-pro for a team in California. I watched the team play in a tournament. They took the win for $1 million. That's a really cool story. That's awesome. Way to go. People are speculating, doesn't think it's believed by written by Sarah. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Look at the facts of Douglas v. California. I am. Syllabus, California State Court. Petitioners were tried jointly, convicted of 13 felonies, sentenced to imprisonment, exercising their only right to appeal as of right. They appealed to an intermediate court of appeals and, being indigent, applied to do it for appointment of counsel to assist them on appeal. In accordance with state rule of criminal procedure, that court made an ex parte examination of the record, determined that appointment of counsel for petitioners would not be of advantage to the defendant or helpful to the appellate court, and denied the appointment of counsel. Their appeal was heard without assistance of counsel, and their convictions were affirmed. That's what I was just reading. That's the case site that I was. 372 U.S. 353, 1963 case. Might have been different underlying facts, but that was the holding of the court. Lady Fang, glad to see you. Glad that you've been here for a year. Can't believe it's been a year. I can't believe I've been on YouTube for 3. Very glad to see you. Okay, what do you guys want to cover? Chelsea, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. What do you guys want to cover next? Do you want to cover the grand juror issue? Alex Murdaugh? Were those the only two? Did my brain stop functioning properly? Or Erika Girardi? We can take a look at the complaint. So let's see. We're going to do a little poll. Murdaugh's quick. We can try Murdaugh. People are asking, I'm going to do a little poll. We're going to do this. YouTube. Make sure we've got this. Go to channel. And mute myself so I don't hear myself talking, which I don't particularly care for. Post the poll. Next topic. And it's going to be up short, guys. Murdaugh. Grand juror. Or Erika Girardi. There, keep it simple. We kept it simple. What's the next topic? And we'll check back in on that in a moment. While we're waiting for that, I promised a Leo update. And the Leo update comes courtesy of Mischief Manager. who was very kind to I needed to see it too. Let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of the grand juror too. The grand juror was going to be one of the shortest things that I was going to cover. I know that there's not a whole lot going on there, guys. People are reading into it. We want to talk about people reading into things way early. Yes, it's very curious. I'm very curious about it. But my God, apart from going through the basic facts, it's not the most significant thing in the world. All right. There should be volume. There's no volume.
Hey, Leo. 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 Is that Daddy?
Yeah. Just chilling. Let me tell you how much I needed that. Let me tell you how much I needed to see that. He's just eating his blanket. Just chilling. It's the afternoon / evening.
Leo. Leo. Is that Daddy?
Yeah. Crazy dog. There. That's the Leo. And honestly, the gate is open upstairs. So if he wanted to come down, he could. I'm not going to really encourage the chaos monster jumping into the fray. But, oh yeah, he is big. Big boy. Yeah, he's gotten big. He's a big boy. Good doggy. He's a good dog. He's crazy. He's a teenager right now. He is such a teenager right now. Pillow munchies. It's the blanket. It's his way of self-soothing. That's how he self-soothes. He does the nom nom on the blanket. Every now and then, like, he rips it, and that's when he gets in trouble. But he does the nom nom, like the jawing on it. He's so big. Murdaugh been discussed already? I don't know that it has. I haven't really seen that. Are there any Maya updates? No. There have not been any Maya updates. I actually checked the appellate court record not that long ago. It was Maya Pinellas County? Because I had wanted to see what was going on in that case. Because they had oral arguments that were in February. Hospital appealed the verdict. You had the back and forth between Nick Whitney and why is my brain stopping right now? I don't know why. I'm trying to read and do the brain thinking at the same time. Here we go. Here, I'll show you guys so you can see what I'm seeing. Florida Appellate Case Information, 2nd District Court of Appeals. Jay Hatch, the appellant. There's the representation. The docket entries that we have in front of us. January 15, 2025 was the substitution of counsel. We talked about that mess. If you want to follow that at all, Peter Tragos and I sat down for his podcast and talked about the appeal and the mess of what ends up happening after that. Responsive briefs that occurred, oral arguments occurred on February 12th of 2025. We covered the arguments being presented to the court. The fact that the appellate court was very challenging of what appeared the hospital's argument, at least one of the appellate judges that was sitting on the bench. But right now, no future argument scheduled. Argument occurred on February 12th, 2025, and we're waiting for a disposition. So not a whole lot going on. It's relatively quiet. I will obviously update you guys once that's there, because I can guarantee you when that decision is made, I will very much want to read through and see what that ends up being. Oh, there it is. All 2,529 pages of this trial transcript just loaded on my computer. It's just, I'm sitting there staring at it. That's, oof. God bless the appellate lawyers. That is wild. Mm-mm. Now, I read a lot. I don't think I would enjoy doing all of that. All right, let's go ahead and end that poll, see what people want to do. And it looks like the prevailing vote is Alex Murdaugh. 65% of you wanted me to go to that next, and 20% of you wanted the grand juror discussed, and then 14% said Erika Girardi. So let's go ahead and talk about Murdaugh. Let's swoop to get there, and we will go. New soup, old soup, new soup. I need a new swoop. You know what? If we're talking Murdaugh, I get to use this swoop. It's a solid minute.
Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
So you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on-the-scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am, yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
All right.
That is my favorite. That is my. I hope to never, ever, ever, ever have a judge look at me and express with that tone of voice, all right. What a freaking nightmare. Oh no, it's terrible. Horrible. It's horrible. All right. So there are 3 total articles, all out of Fitz News, that report on this topic. We are going to go one at a time, and we're going to go ahead and do that chronologically. We're going to talk about the implications. Here's the thing here's my stance on Murdaugh, kind of where we start and how I viewed the news that came out. So this first reporting was July 8th. July 8th is the first article. We have updated articles on the 15th and 16th. But hearing about these magical messages, text messages, immediately brought me to this understanding of, well, we've heard the defense counsel, Descartes Putlian, make various statements of things that he would absolutely promise and absolutely was going to demonstrate. And then when it came to producing the goods, they just kind of fell flat. That said, there was a specific promise made about a certain courthouse clerk engaging in behavior that might not have been the cleanest conduct in the whole wide world. That ended up being 100% true. So, why do I say that? I don't know how to read this. I don't know whether it's relevant. I don't know what's not. I view this with a whole hell of a lot of skepticism. Hidden texts. What Alex Murdaugh's jury didn't hear and why it matters. Messages included references to off-the-grid locations, urgent requests, last-minute loans, clandestine meetups, and drugs. Oh my. Well, it's Alex Murdaugh. In the days surrounding the brutal murders of his wife and son, disgraced South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh was in frequent contact with Curtis Eddie Smith. We remember him, right? His alleged drug dealer, money mule, and longtime associate. Class act, cool dude. Did all the right things to get incarcerated all the time. On the evening of June 7th, 2021, Murdaugh's wife, 52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh, and his couple's younger son, 22-year-old Paul Murdaugh, were found savagely slain near the dog kennels at the family's 1,700-acre property in Colleton County, South Carolina. Paul was killed with a shotgun, Maggie with a high-powered rifle. Within hours, Murdaugh became the central figure in what would become arguably the most sensational criminal investigation in the history of the Palmetto State. I don't know. There's got to be some good crimes in South Carolina. But I will say the Murdaugh trial was probably one of the more fascinating I've ever seen. Yes, Leo definitely has opinions. I don't know why Leo has opinions. Hang on. Honey, you up there? Oh, what's Leo barking at? Oh, he's just upset. There was an I don't know. And where are we? Yep. Yet, in the timeline of events presented to the jury during Murdaugh's internationally watched double homicide trial, there was no mention of any communication between Alex and Eddie Smith before or after the murders. Well, was that a decision or was it not a decision? Fitz News has reviewed preserved text and call data from Murdaugh's phone showing at least 5 exchanges with Smith between June 3rd to June 6th, 2021. 4 more texts were sent by Smith on June 8th, 2021, the day after the murders, including a cryptic text message that read, "at fishing hole." Why is that Sounds odd. I don't understand why. Not a single one of these messages appears in the 88-page timeline compiled by South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED. No, and why would it? Why is SLED going to refer to text messages that might implicate another person in any of the conduct? I wouldn't expect them to. I don't think SLED's the cleanest shop in the land. I haven't really been very impressed by a lot of their conduct and what they did. It seemed like they didn't really do a whole lot. Murdaugh was convicted of both murders on March 2nd, 2023. Wild to think it was that long ago. After a 6-week trial, the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. At the heart of the prosecution's case was a video recorded by Paul Murdaugh moments before his death, which placed Alex Murdaugh at the scene of the murders, contradicting his alibi. Much of the state's case also relied on digital data. Yes, it did. Cell phone records. Y'all remember the SLED officer who just went to his office and started tossing his phone around? Well, I know that my phone doesn't log the steps when I throw it because I went to my office and decided I was going to throw it from my desk to my couch. I know that we were critical of certain cell phone analytics in the Karen Reed trial, but I don't think we are ever going to see a moment in court like we did that day. You're right, Laura M. You're 100% right. The coroner armpits. How did you know the time of death? Well, I felt the temperature in his armpits. Yeah. Just a lot. That data, as it turns out, may not have told the full story. Jim Griffin talking to Creighton Waters. You put stuff in the report that's important to you. Yeah, that seems relatively relevant. The Murdaugh investigation conducted by SLED has come under intense scrutiny in the aftermath of the trial, as questionable conduct in other cases has contributed to an erosion of faith in the agency and its findings. Compounding the problem, SLED's failure to recuse itself from an investigation of jury tampering and alleged jury rigging during the Murdaugh trial. In a stunning turn in the Michael Colucci case, another low country murder investigation led by SLED, Judge Robert M. Young recently quashed Colucci's indictment for the 2015 murder of his wife. According to the Young lead SLED investigator, David Owen, who also led the Murdaugh inquiry, withheld critical exculpatory evidence from the grand jury and the defense. Well, gee, why is this becoming a theme? Why? is that a theme? Come on, guys. Just turn it over. Turn it over. Turn it over. Just when in doubt, make a delivery. You don't think the cell phone data is needed? Sure. Why not? Turn it over. Just why not? Why not? The withheld material included a statement from Colucci's mother indicating her daughter shortly before her death in May of 2015 expressed an intent to, oh my gosh, to unalive herself. You're telling me that SLED investigator David Owen was in possession of a statement that shortly before the death of the victim in the case, the victim had expressed an intention to self-unalive. And that intention or that statement or that expression was never turned over to the defense for 10 years? All right. So maybe it's not just Canton. The list of jurisdictions that I can't drive through anymore seems to be growing very quickly. I'm going to need a map. Like I'm going to need one of those old Rand McNally maps, you know, the old travel books. I'm going to need that. And I'm going to need a big black Sharpie. And I'm going to need to take the Sharpie and I'm going to need to follow all these cases and the Rand McNally map. And I'm going to need to just Sharpie out certain places where we're going to go and where we can't go. And when we're planning trips with Mischief Manager, Mischief, and the kids, all above, when we're planning trips, I'm going to have to veto certain routes that cross through certain counties. This might be one of them. Because right now, Fulton County, you're not going to catch me dead in Fulton County. No problem. Nope, not going to happen. Norfolk County, probably not. So, Colleton County, is it starting to get up there? I don't know. Anything involving SLED is starting to make me concerned. I don't like this. I like South Carolina. I love South Carolina. The defense argued, and Judge Young agreed, I would too, that key potentially exculpatory evidence was deliberately withheld, triggering a legal remedy only rarely used: dismissal of the entire indictment. Young quashed the indictment without prejudice, meaning the state may re-present its case, but only with full transparency to a new impaneled grand jury. But why would they do that? Why would you present a case to the grand jury if the judge has basically ordered you in presenting the case to the grand jury that you have to present the statement of the person maybe wanting to unalive themselves? Seems like it'd be kind of difficult. It's not necessarily not necessary indicting a ham sandwich, but it's close. Consider Owens' own words during the hearing to quash the Colucci indictment. Defense attorney: you don't highlight every text message, correct? David Owen: correct. You put stuff in the report that's important to you. Well, you see, right there, I might have to look at this damn case. Right there is a bit of a red flag. Anyone else catch that? No, investigator Owen. You disclose things that are both possibly important to your case and possibly harmful to your case because you have to, because that's your obligation under Brady and Giglio. You're required to put in all the things, not just the things that are important to your case. Like if you're just ignoring certain text messages, like this other person did the wrong, then that's a bit of a problem. Owen also faced tough questions during the Murdaugh trial. Specifically, defense attorney Jim Griffin, whom I liked, exposed several investigative flaws during the questioning of Owen. Among them, delayed search of key property. SLED didn't search the Murdaugh family's home. Yeah, that was a problem. SLED really botched this investigation. Now I'm remembering the details more and more and more. God, that's right. they didn't even search the home. They asked him as a courtesy if he wanted to walk through, and they just didn't. He wasn't Owen the one that testified. They kind of just perusing the rooms, like glancing in. I think he did. Oh gosh, this was Owens. Owens has got to be on the Brady list by this point in time. I mean, yes, he probably is, but this, they searched the home 3 months later. Remember that part? It was awesome. Despite having permission, they had permission the night off to enter the residence. That's right. They overstayed the blood spatter evidence. Owen was challenged over presenting dramatic descriptions to the grand jury that never made it to the court due to unreliability, and some say manipulated blood spatter evidence. This was the shirt that just never came in because it was excluded. Because it shouldn't have been. Yeah, this is SLED. It's just wild to think how, if that investigation had been properly done, we would either have a lot more evidence as to how the murder took place. There'd be more incriminating or more exculpatory, right? So you'd have something at least pushing on the scale in one direction or the other. Information. Yeah, that's right, Nicole. That's right. They let him change his clothes in the closed room by himself. I remember that. Gosh. Almost as bad as not looking inside the house at Karen retrial. No, I actually think not looking inside the house at Karen retrial is worse than this. No, we're going to call it a tie. We're going to call it a tie. What a wild thing. Okay. These exchanges, as brief as they were, marked rare moments when defense counsel pierced what many saw as impenetrable facade of SLED's investigation, shining a light on decisions made by its lead agent. I would say not finding the phone, not finding the murder weapon, not finding a lot of information is a bit of a problem, or certain other devices. I think it was a problem. I will still stand by some of my analysis of that case and my view of the evidence. Just me. And I know that I'm alone in that. I know that I'm very rare in that regard. But in my view, if you create a standard that is beyond reasonable doubt, let me give you an example. If the standard applied by the jury in the Murdaugh case was the same that was described on national television by the juror foreperson, the Kara Reed case, I think the deliberation would have lasted a little bit longer. Because I think that investigation was crap. That investigation was junk, now that I'm remembering it. It was horrible. With these revelations in mind, it's worth asking when SLED chose which messages, searches, and evidence to include, what was deemed important and every bit as critical and what wasn't. Yeah, but here's the thing. SLED wasn't necessarily the one dictating what got turned over in the prosecution. SLED might control what investigate. I don't know about this. This is where I get skeptical of this. The Eddie Smith messages, preserved data from Alex Murdaugh's phone, included the following exchanges with Smith. On June 3rd, 4 days before the murder, 10:26 a.m., Smith, hey, brother, I need to come get the check. You got one with you, or are you going to be around later? 11:02 a.m., Murdaugh, okay, I will be back this afternoon. Had to deal with some bullshit this morning. 11:03, Smith, okay, brother, just give me a holler. 5:18 p.m., Smith, leaving the house now. That's part of the financial stuff. Now, here's the question. Here's the big question. Big question. Were these in the possession of the defense? If they were, I don't care how hard they were to be defined, but if they were in the possession of the defense, then the burden kind of falls on the defense to either choose to include them or exclude them. Do they want to present the evidence, or do they not want to present the evidence? If they had them. Now, presumably, if Alex Murdaugh's phone is on the other side of this message, they might already be in their possession. I don't know. June 6th, the day before the murders, call me back. 11:23 a.m. Murdaugh to Smith. June 8th, 2021, the day after the murders, 7:18 a.m. Smith, tell me what I heard is not true. Well, see, that doesn't seem like it implicates Smith. That seems like it implicates Murdaugh. 7:50 a.m. Call me, please. 6:24 p.m. at fishing hole. 7:21 p.m. 8:03 blah blah blah. It will not go through on my phone. All right. Well, the second two kind of seem a little bit of a problem. Interesting. Okay. This previously undisclosed text chain raises several questions. Now, you notice the choice of words. Previously undisclosed. Doesn't necessarily mean that it was undisclosed to defense, just undisclosed to our eyes. Why were Smith and Murdaugh trying to reach each other on the day before the murders? I can come up with a few ideas. Alex Murdaugh was saying that, he was at the end of he was stressed. He just found out basically his entire world was crashing in on him. Eddie Smith, is, from all we can tell, was the drug dealer, right? Might be trying to get some drugs to deal with the pain. Just saying. Or maybe he was trying to conspire with Eddie. Maybe he wanted the possibility of two shooters. I don't know. You can come up with any number of circumstances why that contact might have occurred. Why were Smith and Murdaugh trying to reach each other on the day before the murders? What was behind Smith's message for a remote fishing hole that evening after the murders, a location which does not appear in the official record? That sounds like a place that you would meet up to exchange drugs. I could see that being a real possibility as well. Yeah, that's right. Because that's the other thing is Murdaugh tried to arrange his own killing. Yeah, Eddie was the one that shot Alex. Like, it was staged. So I don't know. It seems like a judgment call on whether or not to bring these things in. As long as he had them, I don't think it's a problem. Why were these messages not included in the timeline provided the jury? Because the prosecution is not required to, they're required to disclose to the defense all information, including incriminating information. They're not necessarily required to disclose that to the jury. The prosecution does not have to present to the jury all the bad evidence. We talked about this in the Karen Reed case, where you had Adam Lawley, trial number 1, who was like, I'm going to give the jury everything. We were there for days talking about whether it was snowing and how much it was snowing. And wasn't it snowing? And would you say there was snow on the ground, or was there just snow falling from the sky? Oh yeah, was it cold? So Adam Lawley chose all the information, positive, negative, everything. Conversely, Hank Brennan was like, no, I'm going to give you like 1 or 2 pieces here. I'm going to give you my best bet. We've talked about the risks associated with option 2 that Hank Brennan did. The prosecution doesn't have to give the jury the full and comprehensive whole shebang. They don't have to try and get ahead of the defense's case before the defense gets there. Honestly, it's a cleaner trial when you just go with what you need. However, I do have to give flowers where they're due, and Adam Lawley at least had 9 people that were hung on convicting Girardi for something. So while I tend to agree that Hank Brennan's style and presentation of presenting limited facts is probably a good strategy, he also failed to do the whole closing the loop on the back end that he would need to do to pull that off. So I just think this is kind of a misstatement. Why were they not included in the timeline provided to the jury? Because they didn't have to. Let me put it this way. If you were the prosecutor, would you have included these text messages if you presented to the jury? I wouldn't. Omissions regarding Smith are particularly relevant given he was advanced by Murdaugh's defense attorneys in pretrial motions as the man ultimately responsible for the killing. Well, and this is we talked about this too. You know, it's kind of funny. You can use these different cases as teaching moments for how cases get managed. Why would a criminal defendant, we know the answer to this, why would a criminal defendant possibly not, even if they thought there was a third party they could convince the jury did the killings, why would a third party defendant not offer that as a part of their argument at trial? We know the answer. We absolutely know the answer. Because by suggesting it, you are putting in the minds of the jurors that you somehow bear a burden. You somehow have some burden to prove that this other person did it, even by just suggesting it. You kind of take a burden on that you wouldn't otherwise have. Whether it's proper or not, it allows the jurors to infer improperly that you have to prove because you said it. You said a third party did it. You told me a third party did it. And since you told me a third party did it, why didn't you prove to me a third party did it? That's why you don't do it. So, honestly, I think that the Karen Reed defense in the second trial did a damn good job of threading the needle, which was to impugn the investigation, but drop breadcrumbs that would allow the jury to infer that there was a third party that they should be looking at. Like I said, it's the difference between Karen Reed's first trial and second trial. It's the absolute difference between the first trial and second trial. So I can completely understand why Alex Murdaugh's team was focused intently on Eddie Smith in pretrial proceedings, because you want to keep that avenue available if you can. But I can also completely understand why they didn't focus on Eddie Smith in the actual trial proper. I mean, a lot of the trial proper turned on Alex Murdaugh testifying. And let me tell you, he didn't do himself any damn favors. Ugh, still remember the pawpaw. There's one part, like, it just a lot of parts. Smith was subpoenaed to testify in Murdaugh's Murdaugh trial, but was never called to the stand. Gee, by whom? Had he testified, he was widely expected to claim that Murdaugh confessed to committing the murders to him during the roadside shooting. Riddle me this, folks. Riddle me this. Who do you think would just talk about a risk? Talk about a risk. I want to roll some damn dice. Have Eddie Smith testify, have Alex Murdaugh testify, make that testimony conflicting against one another, and then ask the jury, which one of these two numbskulls do you believe? Do you believe Eddie Smith, who shot Alex Murdaugh in the head based on instructions, who was providing Alex Murdaugh drugs, who has every incentive to lie? Or do you believe Alex Murdaugh, who also has every incentive to lie? Just honestly, if Eddie Smith took the stand and said, Alex confessed to me that he did the whole damn thing, I might actually give him less credibility. I might actually be more inclined to believe Alex Murdaugh if Eddie Smith got up and said, yeah, he told me he did the whole thing by himself. Just wild. Other odd messages about meetings and money. Well, yeah, everything about this relationship between Curtis Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh was the strangest relationship ever. It was so awkward, so improper. The man shot Alex Murdaugh in the head intentionally, and I think this part's pretty much admitted. Didn't Alex admit to this? Intentionally, in some scheme to either self-delete or to make it look like he was the potential victim of possible violence. Honestly, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, this is a calculated decision by the defense not to use this. Well, none of the messages explicitly reference killings, their content, and omission from the state's official timeline raises important questions about what investigators chose to share with the jury and what they chose to leave out. And this is also, baby soapbox moment. This is also why I tell people very cautiously, very, very cautiously, even when you're watching a trial play out and you are watching all of the evidence being offered at that trial, you are not getting the full picture. You never will. When you're reading reporting about the information, you're getting speculation based on the information that's available to those individuals who were reporting on it. Very few people know. People ask me the question of, Rob, what was it? What my opinion was on Karen Reed's factual innocence and whether there was a collision with the vehicle or anything else like that at that point in time. And I honestly would say, I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what happened that night. Only two people do. Only very limited people do. Very few people know what happened that night. And you know what? None of them are going to say shit. Or they're going to give you their best version. They're all going to give you your best version. Because what you see in court isn't necessarily the full picture. It never will be. And what you see out of court isn't the best picture. I made the comment about, if you give me your phone, I can make you a saint or a sinner based on the messages I selectively choose. Prosecution is under no obligation to give every single text message and present it in long form detail to a jury to say, jury, look, these are all the bad messages, but there's also some nice and sweet ones too that might make you doubt whether or not the person did it. No, the onus is on the defense to do that. And sometimes they choose not to because it's a risk-reward situation. You don't know if you want to do that or not. June 8th, the person texted. Why doesn't it reference Curtis Smith? Oh, because he changed his number or something? June 8th, the person texted, 5:50 p.m., I'm ready. 7 to 9 p.m., give me the number again. I can't get through. 7:16 p.m., don't know what is going on with the phones. I'm sitting in the parking lot across from where you told me to go. 7:17 p.m., 8:03, blah, 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 don't work. 7:34 p.m., okay, I'm heading home. I've seen her and she has changed number, but I have the new ones. If you need anything, let me know. I know timing sucks, but get me some. Get me some soon. Money? Drugs? What? 7:34 p.m. As soon as you can. Love you, brother. You know I'm just a phone call away. Another noteworthy exchange involving Kenneth Singleton, associate of Murdaugh's, whose phone calls were documented in the official SLED timeline, but not his text messages. 3 days before the murders, Murdaugh sent Singleton a message saying, I'm in a deposition. Call you later. Singleton responded, okay. On June 6th, the day of the murder, Singleton says, call me, please, at 11:49 a.m. 1:12 p.m., Murdaugh says, come to my office. I have you a loan for $1,750. The SLED timeline acknowledged multiple phone interactions between Murdaugh and Singleton on June 7th, but did not disclose the content of those messages, including the loan reference, which could carry implications given the financial pressure Murdaugh was under at the time. Was the $1,750 intended for something specific? Was it drug-related or simply a personal favor? The record doesn't say, and nor would it. Still, the timing, a few hours before the murders, makes the omission of these details all the more perplexing. Of course it's perplexing. I'm still perplexed by various parts of this case. A lot of parts of this case are remarkably perplexing. Like, why did all of this happen? Did it happen? How did it happen? Who was involved in the happening of these things? The fact of the matter is, there was a whole lot that took place that we just don't know about. You don't know what words were said, what words were not said, to whom they were said, when they were said, why they were said, who did what when. Even when the prosecution presented their demonstrative exhibit of how everything occurred, there were still a lot of questions. And I can tell you that you're never going to fill in all the blanks. Even in the case of a defendant who says, you want to know how I did it? I'll tell you how I did it. Even in the case where the defendant says and gives the full confession of how they did the things, you still can't trust the damn thing. You still can't trust it. People love to hang their hat on confessions. It was like I was saying during the Karen Reed trial. I don't care if Karen Reed ran up to me and said, I stabbed John O'Keefe in the chest with a knife. and that doesn't comport with how John O'Keefe died, I don't have to believe shit. I don't have to believe that statement at all. Just like when people were saying, Karen Reed said, I hit him. Okay. Fine. If I concede the point, show me how he was hit by a car. How that makes the body do the things. I don't know. There's going to be questions in every single case. Certainly, these texts do not implicate the contacts involved, including Smith, in the double homicide or any other crime, but they do provide important context about Murdaugh's state of mind and his movements leading up to it and following the murders. Yeah, all over the place. His state of mind was all over the place. Yet, despite being preserved in the digital records, none of these messages were included in the 88-page timeline presented to the jury, Special Agent Rudofsky. Why would you? Am I putting all these different confusing things in a timeline? Or am I trying to give the jury the best version of my damn case without any holes or blanks so that they can reach their conclusion in 2 hours? In a case in which timing and digital communications were central to the state's theory, including innocuous messages unrelated to the crime at hand, the omission of these texts is puzzling and potentially telling. Puzzling? No, I don't think it's puzzling at all. I think the prosecution viewed it as being messy and possibly confusing. So no, I'm not including it because I'm not going to give the jury anything to hang their hat on. And I know, as a prosecutor, I know that the defense doesn't want to open that door, because if they open that door, they might not like what they see on the other side, because they might get someone who's going to give more information that's going to hurt their case. So I am absolutely excluding any of this other mess. And I'm daring the defense. You want to bring it up? I dare you. Make them do it. It's the exact same. This is why I agreed with a lot of what Hank Brennan, how he narrowed his case down in the Karen Reed trial. Because it was, call it what it was. It was more concise. It was more refined. It was easier to follow. Now, the problem with it is that dare to the defense that says, you want to start poking holes in my prosecution, in my case, you want to start poking holes in that case and that logic, go ahead, do it. Because I, as the prosecutor, get the last word. I get to put up the final witnesses. I get a rebuttal case. You, Mr. and Miss Defendant, don't. Which gets me to the other part of the Hank Brennan thing. It was kind of odd. But for Creighton Waters, why am I putting that in front of the jury? Especially after I watched the nightmare of Alex Murdaugh testifying in open court. Yeah, no, I don't view that as telling at all. I view that as logical and smart. Among the preserved messages recovered from his phone is a brief but notable exchange between Blanca Simpson, the housekeeper. We heard her testify. She was great. On the morning of June 4, 2021, just 3 days before the murder, Simpson sent Murdaugh the following message. Hey, Alex, I forgot to send this text earlier. Just wanted to let you know that I put your meds that were in your pants in the cup on the table on your side of the bed. Have a good weekend. Murdaugh responded less than a minute later. Thanks, B. Hope you feel better and have a good weekend. Great weekend. Okay. The exchange may appear routine, but the timing and the context raise deeper questions. At trial, Simpson testified about her concerns regarding Murdaugh's drug use, including instances where she found pills and noticed changes in his behavior. She also described moments where she believed something was off about him, including when she found clothes laid out for him on the morning after the murders. These details would later prove significant in the prosecution's timeline. While Simpson did not testify to seeing Murdaugh physically hide pills, the message referencing medication retrieved from his pants and discreetly placed on his bedside beside his bed, that doesn't say, whoever's doing the writing of this. No. I did not read anything discreet about that. No, I didn't view that as being discreet. Are you saying putting pills in the cup on the table on his side of the bed is discreet? And texting him to inform him where the pills are? you are reading something nefarious into that I'm not saying that at all. That's literally the logical place where I would put them. I would put them in some form of container that would contain the pills so they don't get bumped onto the ground or lost in some other fray. That's fucking logical to me. Plus, you have no fucking clue what the pills are. The pills that you could pull out of the pants, I mean, they might have literally been little pills that actually said on the pill, Excedrin. Okay? So I can still testify to being concerned about my friend or this other person's drug habits and then find Excedrin in his pants and say, Excedrin. Want to put it in the cup on the nightside table. Why is that? Nothing in there suggests that it's an opioid or it's something bad. As someone who carries their medication around in little pill boxes, and honestly, when I go to work, my medication for my ADHD, I take one in the morning and one in the afternoon. You know where the afternoon one goes when I go to work? Very often in that little chest pocket right here. It's right there. So it would not surprise me at all. And by side note, you know how many times I've actually washed that shirt having not taken my pill because ADHD forgot it. And then later had to clean the pill residue out of the shirt pocket because it went through the wash. I'd be pretty damn appreciative if Mischief's send me a text message. Hey honey, found a pill in the pocket, put it in the nightside table. Oh, by the way, I put it in a cup on the nightside table. Well, that just makes complete sense. Guys, who's writing this? At the time, he was purportedly taking dozens of pills per day, and his purported addiction became a central component of the narrative surrounding the killings. An addiction that he admitted to, mind you. I know that I made the comment about not really believing confessions, but there's certain things I'm not going to, certain things that you just use common sense. Surprisingly, the message was not included in the state's official 88-page timeline. Why would it be? What? This is a stretch. I am all for wearing the tinfoil hats. I am all for wearing the tinfoil hats, man. I love it. But holy crap. Why is the state going to put that in there? Despite the proximity of the murders and its relevance to the Murdaugh state of mind. What if it was fucking aspirin? What if it was aspirin? If it's aspirin or Excedrin, or it says it on the pill, how does an Excedrin pill found in the pocket of a person, how does that have anything to do with a state of mind? Other than maybe he experienced a headache that wasn't that bad because he didn't need to take the pill. Its omission may not have changed the verdict, but it represents one more example of the many threads. Some seemingly small, some more disturbing. You haven't hit a disturbing one yet. Quietly excluded from the jury's view. Come on. Niklas, are you still in the chat? Please tell me you're not reading this as being the smoking gun that reopens the case. Now, if they weren't provided in discovery, if the defense never saw them, yes, that's a big problem. Because it is one thing for me to say the prosecution didn't present it, in which case I have responded, or I would respond as I have been. I don't give a shit. That's one version of it. The second version of it is something I would have concerns with. The prosecution didn't present it, and the defense didn't have it. That part, the second part, the defense didn't have it, is the part that I would hang my hat on and be like, no, this is a big fucking issue. Because you know what was critical about the foreground of this article that led us to where we are right now? What was critical about it was when we talked about investigator Owen. And whether or not information was deliberately withheld. Now, notice what the article doesn't say here. It doesn't say information was deliberately withheld from the jury or the defense or anything else. And again, this is at the indictment stage. This is very different. The way this is being written is pretty damn misleading now that I'm seeing it. Quash the indictment, but at what stage did he quash the indictment? Amount of views are. I think that's pretty damn misleading. Okay, so let's see why it matters and what's still missing. The state built its double homicide case against Alex Murdaugh on a foundation of digital evidence, cell phone records, GPS tracking, and carefully reconstructed timelines. You had to. You didn't really have a whole lot there to go with it. Oh no! Here, Mama Bets. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought process with the Colucci. Let's say hypothetically that the indictment comes out of the grand jury. And then I demand a preliminary hearing, or I want to challenge the indictment. Think Kohberger, where they were allowed to get the grand jury information, where the defense and Taylor was allowed to get the grand jury testimony for purpose of challenging the indictment, to basically say the indictment should have never issued. Why do people not do that? Because usually it's pretty damn easy to get an indictment. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, that we have gotten past the stage where my client, my defendant, is now indicted. They are indicted. The grand jury said, here is the warrant, or here's the indictment. Go arrest this person. We are charging them with murder. Okay. At that point in time, if I want to challenge the indictment, which we saw it in Kohberger, and Taylor did it, is it a losing proposition? 9.9995 out of 10. You're going to lose that case. This happened to be the 0.5, where the information presented, this is where I'm thinking it is, the information presented to the grand jury was so misleading that had the prosecution done their diligence, because again, the grand jury is not the trial stage. The grand jury is supposed to be presented with facts sufficient to make a determination whether there's a probability, more likely than not, that this person committed the act of crime. This is essentially an argument for prosecutorial misconduct. The prosecutor presented a wholly one-sided picture that was so far removed from the truth and lacking so sufficiently or so much in exculpatory information. And a lot of this is governed by state law too, is what the prosecutor is supposed to do in grand juries, in indicting, or in proceeding with an indictment or obtaining an indictment. Some prosecutions have an affirmative obligation to present exculpatory information. Some prosecutions don't, and it varies by state. The inference I'm gaining from the article, without having more, is that South Carolina has a requirement that at the stage of seeking an indictment before the grand jury, the prosecutor is required to produce any exculpatory information in the prosecutor's possession at the time. And the reason why that requirement exists is because at the grand jury stage, the defendant's not represented by counsel. The grand jury is wholly secretive. It's just the prosecutor and the grand jury and the prosecution's witnesses. They can admit hearsay. They can admit speculation. They can get damn near anything, which is why some states impose an affirmative burden on the prosecutor to produce and present exculpatory information to the grand jury in seeking an indictment. So if the prosecution violated that standard and withheld exculpatory information at the grand jury phase, and they had an affirmative obligation to produce it, then the indictment would dismiss, which is what the judge did. The judge said, I'm dismissing the indictment. And it's also tipping us off that the judge said, I'm dismissing it without prejudice. You can present it to the grand jury again. You just have to present the exculpatory information along with it, which we know why the prosecution didn't present it, because how are you going to get a grand jury to issue an indictment when you have that statement so contemporaneously made that it would suggest that some of that grand jury is not going to reach the conclusion that it was more reasonable than not, or more likely than not, that the other person did the killing. So I'm with you on the distinction. And I am, thank you for reminding me to close the loop on that thought process. My brain had closed it, but I didn't express the closure. That all makes sense? I hope it made sense. Oh, let's see. So yeah, I'm seeing a very big distinction between those two cases at this point in time. Now this article is reading like kind of a nothing burger to me. The state built its double homicide case against Alex Murdaugh on a foundation of digital evidence, yada, yada. Prosecutors told jurors the evidence painted a clear picture. A disgraced attorney desperate to escape financial collapse who murdered his wife and son in a calculated act of self-preservation. But messages uncovered by Vitz News and recent revelations about investigative admissions by SLED raise questions of whether this picture was complete. The omissions aren't minor. They involve Smith, a man prosecutors have described as a central figure in Murdaugh's alleged drug and money laundering operation. They include cryptic messages sent just hours after the murders. Read this. We're going to paraphrase. We're going to rephrase this without the premise that is being suggested to us by the article. Okay, so let's just take facts for what they are. Defense had the messages, prosecution had the messages. Everyone had the text messages. The prosecution puts on a timeline that highlights the best possible facts that they need. The defense doesn't poke holes in that timeline or offer a timeline of their own or offer these messages in evidence. Okay, so let's just take that for what it is. Let's rephrase this paragraph. Let's take a look at this paragraph again. The omissions aren't minor. Really? Really? You're not going to suggest that at least some of them might be minor or inconsequential in the grand scheme of things? They involve Smith, a man prosecutors described as central in the alleged drug and money laundering operation. Can't think of a single reason why they would choose to exclude this individual. If they know or have reason to know or believe, or it's their case that he wasn't involved. So rephrasing the sentence is how it should be. They involve Smith, a person who Alex Smith had arranged to shoot him in the head, who was giving him drugs, who texted with him all the time, who we can't particularly believe in one direction or the other, who would do nothing other than to confuse the issue for the jury. They include cryptic text messages. Cryptic messages. Well, what's your definition of cryptic? Sent just hours after the murders. References to off-the-grid locations for a person that is known to have delivered drugs, who had arranged the possible unaliving of Alex Murdaugh and was a compatriot in a lot of those things. And for a person who was also embezzling money, I mean, I think an off-the-books location for a meeting or exchange is probably pretty commonplace for Alex Murdaugh. And from the sounds of it, Curtis Smith. They include, where is it? Urgent request, last-minute loans, and clandestine meetups. No, that tracks. I don't see a problem with that. That seems like it makes sense to me. They also include overlooked text between Murdaugh and Simpson, which directly reference pills retrieved from his pants. Okay. All right. Placed by his bed just days before the murders. Are you gonna give us any more? Are you gonna give us anything else? Anything else? Pills. Congratulations. Pills. Were they medications that were prescribed to him? Were they anti-anxiety? Were they aspirin? Were they vitamins? Were they shaped like one of the Flintstone chewable vitamins? Was it Fred Flintstone in orange that was found in the pocket of the pants? Is that what it was? You don't have more than that. So you want me to include that message to allow the jury to draw an inference that the pills might be something that they're not. You think that's going to paint a more accurate picture? You out of your mind? All of this matters. Oh, wait, to be clear. Oh, God. Yeah. Talk about burying the lead. How far are we into the article? Talk about burying the fucking lead. To be clear, there's no indication any information was withheld from Murdaugh's defense team. So why are we reading the fucking article? Why did you write the article? If there's no indication it was withheld from Alex Murdaugh's defense team, why did you write the article? What is the point? To be candid, why do you have the right to care? You don't have the right to care. You know who has the right to care? Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, who had possession of them and chose not to produce them or present them for some reason whatsoever. You know what's cool about, even though SLED is pretty shitty at their job, what's cool is, let's say hypothetically bogus charges get brought against me while driving, even though I'm not going to, driving through Colton County. Again, I don't really plan to. Cool thing about having a defense attorney is that they get the information. And if they get the information, and I think that the picture being presented to the jury is inaccurate or misleading, then my attorney introduces the information and shows the jury the picture they got was incomplete. Kind of like a trial we just watched. Fitz News was good, and they had good reporting when the trial was ongoing. Still, in the absence of the state's timeline raises questions. No, it doesn't. Especially seeing as the state relied so heavily on the digital data to inform jurors as to Murdaugh's motive, movements, and mindset. I don't have questions why the state didn't include it. By the way, and that's me, who was pretty clear that I didn't feel like the state's evidence they did produce got me personally, not to say anything for the other jurors, got me over that threshold of beyond reasonable doubt. I've also been clear that my beyond reasonable doubt threshold is pretty fucking high. Just because I know what gets left out of these things. All of this matters even more in the light of the appeal. Really, though? Is it raised as an issue in the appeal? Is it suggested that this information was withheld and that withholding was a discovery violation and that they would have had the opportunity had they received Brady material to actually put on a witness? Mind you, a witness who was under subpoena by the defense who they chose not to call. So I don't think this matters at all unless you can demonstrate that first part of the equation, that it was withheld. Otherwise, I think you're just, I don't know what you're wanting out of it. I don't understand this. His attorneys have alleged multiple constitutional violations. Let me give you a hint about attorneys. We allege a lot of shit. Our job is to take shit, throw it against the wall, and see what sticks. Now, the really good ones, they know how to select the shit they throw against the wall to be the stickiest kind that sticks to the wall. But no, I mean, when you have a defendant that's killed, that is convicted within 2 hours, defendant's convicted within 2 hours of double homicide in a case where the defendant himself testified. And by the way, Alex Murdaugh taking the stand was probably the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And again, I am of the mindset that I don't give a whole lot of credibility, positively or negatively, to testimony by defendants. I don't care. But my God. Of course, they're going to throw every bit of shit against the wall they can. Including the improper admission of financial crime evidence. That's different. Oh my God. These two things are not the same. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate this article. I hate this article so much. I'm now so upset. I read reporting on it. I did not read all the way to the end of the article before I pulled it. I'm so glad I didn't either, because I am just legitimately pissed off. These are not the same fucking things. They're not the same regular things either, Rob. Thanks, Ian. His attorneys have alleged multiple constitutional violations. Yes, that's what attorneys do. Including the improper admission of financial crime evidence. That is a very, very different argument than to say that someone was not provided with exculpatory information or evidence in advance of their damn trial. And to be honest, I think that that's a decent appellate argument on its own. Because the question was, does the financial crime, does any of the financials, does any of the stealing, cheating, all the above, does it make it, is it more probative than it is prejudicial? Does allowing a trial within a trial on the financial crime information, on the finances, the loans, the back and forth, does allowing a trial within a trial serve a more prejudicial effect in putting in the minds of the jury that bad person in bad chair clearly did bad financial thing, therefore equally capable of doing bad physical criminal thing? Is that inference and allowing that voluminous testimony? Because it was that part I remember making me very pissed off that Creighton Waters spent that much time on the financial stuff. And I said Creighton Waters is he was playing a game of fuck around and find out. He was playing a game of, if you put so much focus on the financials, you might open yourself up into a appellate argument. But those two things are not the same. Oh, no. Donnie B? This one ain't even close. Was Murdaugh taking the stand crazier than Carrie Morrissey taking the stand? No. Carrie Morrissey taking the stand was by far the craziest thing I've seen. As far as people taking the stand that shouldn't have. Carrie Morrissey, by far. If a retrial is granted, one of the most pressing questions will be whether the previously unexamined digital evidence would finally be put before a jury. I don't think that's going to... No. That's not going to be the most pressing thing. I don't think that's the most pressing thing if a retrial is granted. Let me give you an example, just by your prior sentence. If a retrial is granted, based on the constitutional error that you just identified, improper admission of financial crime evidence, then if the retrial is granted, then Creighton Waters tries the case again and just wait for it. Just wait for it. Doesn't introduce the financial crime evidence. Wow. Which oddly enough cuts against your point. Because if a retrial is granted and Creighton is not allowed to produce any of the financial stuff, then half of the messages that you highlighted in this article between Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh don't ever see the light of day. Because, as you just highlighted, it's a new trial based on the fact that Creighton Waters shouldn't have gone into the financial information. And therefore, Why would the defendant open the door by saying, oh, look at this money, this exchange, text message between these two talking about money and drugs? Yeah, they wouldn't do that. So it also wouldn't be included in the timeline. This article is now dumb. This is now bad reporting. This is now misleading reporting. This is now fear. This is part of the fear mongering. Yeah, Nick. Yes, Nick. Without the financials, it's a 5-day trial. Thank you. I knew you were still here. Without the financials, the trial was relatively straightforward. You would have had some experts, probably some cleaner experts. This is fear. This is trying to scare the body politic, the public, to say he's going to get a new trial and he might be let free. And why did SLED withhold this information that wasn't relevant or pertinent for the jury in making their determination? Was this written by Dick Harpootlian? I'll have to double check. All of the parallels between the Murdaugh case and the Colucci investigation are difficult to ignore. What the fuck are you talking about? Whatever pills were in your pocket when you wrote this article, I don't think they were Excedrin or vitamins. They might have been a certain type of vitamin. Maybe hallucinogenic vitamin. How are the parallels at all similar? What the hell? Oh, here was this. Jennifer Kittrell, Rob, but come on, Rob, do you think he would have been acquitted without the financials? I don't know. I don't think so. I can tell you this, Alex Murdaugh testifies again. I don't think he's getting acquitted of shit. But I could stand behind that conviction a hell of a lot more. Whether the financials played in the mind at all, I just think it's not fair. It's not fair. Oh yeah, we get the armpit temperature guy back. We do. We would get him back. And the cell phone tossy guy. Okay, let's see these parallels. Let's see these parallels between the Colucci investigation and the Murdaugh case. In both instances, potentially pivotal information was left out of formal reports. Okay. Pretty damn different. Is a single police report going to include all of the information that could possibly be needed or presented to a jury? No. Is a summary report going to include everything? Probably not. Because you include what's relevant. And if you are obligated by statute or other constitutional provision, you include things that are potentially exculpatory. On the flip side, if you are presenting a summary report to a jury, do you put in every bit of information possible? Absolutely not. In what world would you do that? Hi, please find this defendant guilty. In asking you to find the defendant guilty, here is the most convoluted spiderweb of information that spans a 6-month period that includes financials, text messages from random people, all these different things that I want you to make conclusion on. And by the way, find them guilty of doing this act. No. Be out your damn mind. No. You present a summary timeline, which they did in the Murdaugh case. It's pretty fucking brilliant. Summary timeline to give the most clean, concise, linear path to a conviction. That's what you do. That's exactly what you do. And then you allow the defense. You allow the defense to try and make that timeline more convoluted and confusing. They're very different. One is in the context of a fact-finding mission prior to or incident to charging. The other one is prosecution seeking to have a defendant convicted of the crime who has an obligation to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and doesn't have an obligation to disprove it or to throw stones in their own way. In both cases, lives and liberty were at stake. Oh my gosh. With the meaningless platitudes. And in both cases, the credibility of the lead investigator and the system that relied on his judgment is under renewed scrutiny. Okay, that might be your only similarity, is the credibility of the lead investigator. Congratulations. But I go back to this one part that you put in bold. There's the one little bit. Quote, there is no indication any information was withheld from Murdaugh's defense team. End quote. So, so far, we don't know why these messages weren't included in the official trial record. I can answer that question. Call on me. Right here, front row. No, I never really sat in the front row. Middle row, towards the right-hand side, with an eye towards the door. Call on me. I'll answer it. I'll tell you exactly why they weren't included. Because neither side decided to include them. Because both sides, like the prosecution and the defense, the people whose rights were actually implicated in the actual trial, the prosecution said, this is too messy and muddy. And the defense said, I don't want to open this door because opening this door leads me to a world of hurt that I don't really know if I want to be there. So both sides, who had the highest level of interest in determining what to show to the jury, honestly, the defendant, probably the most possible, they said no. They said either too confusing or not relevant. And quite honestly, after you get to the part where both sides decided not to do it, that is the end of your inquiry. That's it. That you don't get to ask any further than that. That's kind of where your question stops. Because you know what's preserved by that? The defendant's right to a fair trial. Because they had the decision of whether or not to introduce it or not. That's how that. There you go. You win. That's it. The rest of your speculation and theory, that doesn't matter. And the fact that you're raising this in this fashion, and here's the other part. Were they deemed irrelevant or inconvenient, or were they simply missed? See the part about the simply missed? Simply missed. That's on the defense. It doesn't matter if they were missed. I don't care if they were missed. Quite candidly, no one cares if they were missed. We also don't know whether the defense saw them and made a tactical decision to keep them out, or never saw them at all. No, I don't care about that either. I really don't. Because that part doesn't matter either. But did they have the opportunity to find them? Did they have the opportunity to see them? Were they disclosed in the volumes of material that you gave the defense? Were they included in those? And presumably, because text messages, by their very nature, occur between two phones, one of the phones, namely your client's phone, the defense phone, was in your possession and control. Lindsay, this is funny. I need someone to do an edit of Rob an hour ago saying Murdaugh would be short. Then SpongeBob being 1 hour later. Yeah, because I didn't realize I'd be this pissed off. I thought it would come down to a simple question of where they disclosed or not. Then I ended up doing a much broader critique of the horrible nature of this reporting and how misleading it is. Because it's, let me give you this example. Like, this article gets sent out, goes out to the body politic, goes out to all the subscribers, everyone's out there reading the article. And at the end of the article, there's probably a significant number of people who have read that article, read it all the way through and said, wow, you're right. We don't know. We need a new investigation. This article gave me serious concerns. I should call the prosecutor's office and say that they're terrible and horrible people for not going in deeper. And what's the real story behind the Murdaugh murders? What's the real story? What really happened? Will we ever know the truth? And why don't we know the truth? You had the trial. Why didn't you give us all of the information that we could ever possibly have had? Yes. Thank you, chat. Oh, y'all are the best. This made me so great. The concerns are grave concerns. Yes. Grave concerns. We would all have grave concerns that you're putting on a trial. We, the people watching the trial, deserve to know every single thing that happened that night. Everything. Damn it. I want to know what pills were in his pocket. Why didn't I hear about the housekeeper finding those pills and putting it into a cup on the nightstand? Something shady there. Here's the problem. That is bullshit journalism. Because that is not at all relevant. It's not a fair representation of the facts. It's not a fair representation of the status of the law. It's not a fair representation of the procedure or the purpose of a trial. The purpose of a trial is for the jury, well, one, to preserve the rights of the defendant, who gets to stand trial, who gets to put on evidence of their own, who gets to face their accuser, who gets to face and confront all the evidence against them, who gets to avoid extraneous information coming in to prove to find them guilty of something that is completely unrelated. The purpose of the trial is for the state to present evidence in the form of testimony, documents, expert testimony, relevant information to determine whether the person sitting in the chair opposite them, in the courtroom that is, did each one of the elements of the crime with which they were charged. It is not for the prosecutor to get up and write a novel or a book or to teach a class or a syllabus or to give a history lesson. That is not the purpose. You might want it to be because you've become addicted to crime podcasts, and not to say that they're bad, but you become addicted to wanting to find the little man behind the curtain, the wizard. You want to find the wizard. You become addicted to that. You have viewed conspiratorial inferences in every single thing that you see. For example, in writing this article, Mr. or Miss Author, who are you anyways? Let's see. Oh, there are the messages. Look at all of them. 5 pages. Jen Wood. A former private investigator with a criminal justice degree. Evil doers beware. There you go. That's what she's doing. In writing this article, which I take significant issue with, Ms. Wood, because it is demonstrative that you do not have an understanding of the appropriate and proper purpose of the criminal justice system. And you are allowing your misunderstanding, not just allowing it, you're taking your misunderstanding and you're broadcasting it out And you are doing the exact opposite of everything I am trying to do and everything a lot of my friends try to do by explaining the law and why the law is written the way it is, why trials are the way they are, why evidence is presented the way it does, why certain evidence doesn't make it into a courtroom. Why, for example, the financial crime information, why if that information was excluded and the ruling on that was to exclude that information, do you know how many people would be up in arms as to why that was not heard by the jury? I mean, your entire article would have focused on that. Why didn't we hear about the financial crimes? And it would have speculated down these rabbit holes of improper thought processes, of completely misleading understandings and just horrible arguments. Conversely, candidly, what I try to do, what a lot of my friends try to do, is to say to that question, why were these excluded? That's a lovely question. Allow me to explain to you the legal foundations and the evidentiary principles behind the decision to include or exclude certain information. And while it might feel weird to us outsiders that are viewing this, what this decision does by choosing to include or exclude this information to a jury who is insulated from all of the muck and cluster, what it does by insulating that information, isolating the information, and presenting only a certain picture to the jury, it preserves the defendant's right to a fair trial, unbiased by outside information that they shouldn't perceive. That is why the financial information was not presented. So all of these articles completely undermines the public's proper understanding of the judicial process. And it creates phantoms and monsters. And it creates fears that shouldn't exist. There's a narrative that goes around about people that are terrified of law enforcement encounters. It's this type of bullshit that terrifies people in law enforcement encounters. It's this. It's really frustrating to read when articles, and the problem I have with it is one, and this is why I don't really talk about active investigations when they're ongoing. Active investigations ongoing, what am I going to add to it? Where do I chime in? What do I do? What do I have to bring to the table? Am I an investigator? No. I mean, Ms. Wood, you wrote the article here. You have an investigative background. I can see that. I'm not an investigator. I don't opine on whether an investigation should or shouldn't have included something. Now, unless hypothetically speaking, unless the investigation and the flaws in the investigation is something that gives rise to some legal principle that's being expounded upon in court, either flaws in the investigation or what a comprehensive, in order to know that an investigation is flawed for purpose of making it a defense argument, you kind of have to know the flip side of that too. So I offered opinion on investigations at the end, at the very tail end, when it's being presented to a jury. I'm not in there in the weeds and saying you should be doing this, that. Similarly, and by abstaining from that type of commentary, I'm not misleading the people that watch the channel. Conversely, from my read of this article, you have zero business writing about what takes place in a courtroom. None. Or appellate decisions. Or grand jury investigations, to be honest. This shouldn't be published. This is garbage. Because it's misleading as hell. You are stoking fear. You are misleading the public. And you are fundamentally conflating the roles of a prosecutor and the role of trial in general. Trial is not to appease your desire or the public's desire to have every minute, every fact, everything about this person's life scrutinized. And this allows me to kind of transition briefly into the discussion about the Idaho 4, Bryan Kohberger confession. I can completely understand why the families were furious at the plea deal. 100% I get it. What I don't understand and what frustrates me a bit, not a bit, what I don't understand and what actually angers me a little bit is that so many people not affected by the actual killings, not affected by the actual deaths. So many people were outraged that they did not get a full-fledged trial that adequately described every single circumstance leading up to, during, and after the brutal murders of 4 people. That was taken away from those people it's how you read it. They were deprived of it because Brian Kohberger and the state of Idaho, how dare the state of Idaho come to the conclusion that maybe it's better to not expend millions of dollars in the prosecution of a case when the criminal defendant on the other side of the aisle is willing to admit guilt for everything they've done. Now that takes aside whether or not the victims' families should have had a role in some of those discussions, which I will cast a different, that's viewed in a different light, entirely different understanding, entirely different everything perspective. But we, as the public, do not have a right. You know, I just thought about how Andrea might interrupt me here and how she might push back on this. I want to try and do that without her being here. Because let me do it this way. Having a public courtroom or making proceedings and trials public is a very different argument than the public being entitled to every single detail. Like, you can see that those are two very, very different things. Okay. Having a public trial means that you have gotten to this point where the defendant has refused to acknowledge their own guilt. They have said they are not guilty. And we, the public, get to observe, get to see for our own eyes what facts the state presents, how they present it, how the judge rules on those facts, what the judge rules to be relevant or not relevant. We get to see every single facet of that so that we can maintain trust in the judiciary system that is charged with protecting our rights to a fair trial, protecting our rights to not be deprived of life, liberty, property without due process of law. We get to see how that institution operates when it's asked to operate. I think that's the caveat. When it's asked and required to operate. Flip side, a defendant admits culpability, admits to the conduct, and the prosecutor who is elected, there's a political consequence there. The political consequence is if you don't like that the prosecutor took the death penalty off the table to get the conviction, if you don't like that, you can vote the prosecutor out of office. That's the political recourse. But the prosecutor, who is a politically elected office, the prosecutor gets to decide based on the voices of all the people that put him in office, or her. They get to decide what the state, whom they represent, what the state views as a fair and just punishment for the individual that has just admitted guilt for the crimes with which they have been accused. And in the conversations between those two individuals, the defendant who is accused of doing the thing, and the prosecutor who is tasked with asking for or tailoring how they wish to ask for what the appropriate punishment is for the state, in the conversations between those two people, those two entities rather, the role being asked of the trial court is very different. It's very different. The trial court is being asked to accept a plea, and the trial court gets to weigh all the things, the cost. Because here's the other part about the equation people don't really get. That trial was going to be how many weeks? How many weeks was that trial going to go on? How many cases do you think were put on hold? How many criminal defendants wouldn't get their day in court, or their day in court would be delayed by another day, week, month? How many families wouldn't have a decision on custody for their children? How many civil disputes wouldn't be unresolved? The judicial resources that go into a single trial are immense. People don't understand that. That for every 1 day of trial consumed, that is 1 day taken away from another person who's waiting in the line to have their case heard, who is waiting, possibly incarcerated, possibly being detained without bond, who is waiting to have their case heard. That's one factor. Then you look at the costs for the state, for the prosecution itself, for the experts that get charged. Then you look at the cost for the defense, which is also being provided by the state. Once you weigh all of those considerations, when you have an individual who is willing to admit culpability and who does so and admits guilt in exchange for a proposed sentence that is multiple life sentences, the maximum possible sentence that can be imposed, that guarantees this individual is not going to see the light of day, but simply takes the death penalty off the table. As a judge, is that even a question anymore? It's not. It's not. And I am not at all criticizing how the family feels. That's not part of my equation at all. They have every single right to be furious. Every single right to feel like they were not deprived of justice. Or they were not provided justice. But it's the state. The state. They are the ones that are depriving the defendant of life, liberty, and property. It's the state that gets to decide. The victim does not get to. The victim should be consulted on pleas and what the disposition is. The victim should absolutely be consulted, at least informed ahead of time. That part is wild to me. You inform them ahead of time. But it's not the victim's right to choose the punishment. Never has been, never will be. It's not the victim's right to choose the punishment. And it's not the victim's right to determine what punishment is sought. The victim does not have the right to step into the shoes of the state as a whole and decide that they want death of the defendant. Because again, the victim's families are not the ones pulling the trigger. The victim's families are not the ones that are depriving the individual of life. It's the state being asked to do that. And that's a political decision. So that's why I can understand people being frustrated. I very much understand that. And I can understand the victims' families being absolutely shattered, heartbroken, and furious and rage-filled. I 100% get that. And honestly, I think that they might have felt the same way during the trial or at the aftermath of the trial. There's really no way of saying how they would or would not feel. I don't know that anyone can tell them how they should feel. It's just that was observing the system function and all the positives and negatives to it. What it is. So, oddly enough, we got two topics in one, huh? Got the Murdaugh and we got the God, I gotta do this. Hang on. This is gonna be these were the follow-up articles I was gonna look at. June 16th. It might have made a difference. Alex Murdaugh's attorney reacts to hidden texts. Do the recently unearthed messages provide convicted killers' attorneys with another path to a new trial? Jen Wood, there you are again, Jen. Dick Harpootlian. All right. All right, Dick. Here you go, Dick. Let's go. Let's go see what you say. We were not aware of these text messages, he told Fox News this week. Had we been, it might have made a difference in our decision not to call Eddie Smith to the stand. Well, I'm going to give that I'm gonna take that on with a big ass grain of salt. Like because the one thing that prior article didn't say is that it was not provided in discovery. They also didn't seem to get a comment from the prosecutors to whether it was provided or not. Let's see. Polygraph. There's a reason we're not allowed to introduce polygraphs. They're not reliable. Shaky alibi. Let's see. Becky Hill. No, this part, the Becky Hill. This is what sucks about it. This is what I hate about this. I hate this about this freaking case. I hate this about this article because the Becky Hill thing ended up being right. It was right. All of it was right. She was just doing all the shady shit. So do that one. Do that one. No, Katsuko, you cannot introduce polygraphs. You cannot introduce them in defense of yourself. You can't introduce them to try and prove the guilt of the person that failed it. They're not admissible for that very reason. They're not reliable. The longer they run the delay, blah, 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 the conviction, yada, yada. The newly discovered text messages. Newly discovered by whom? I think I wrote this on Twitter or X, whatever it's called. Like, I'm going to need to know a whole lot more about when these were available to be discovered. Let's see. Then you've got then it kind of detracts into Becky Hill. Look, just because Becky Hill was shady as shit doesn't mean that the text messages weren't discovered or weren't disclosed in the course of the trial or the pre-trial discovery. Or a trial. Wait, hang on. What's the prosecutorial misconduct? Did I miss something? Wait, Murdaugh's legal team now has two major avenues of appeal to focus on: jury tampering and prosecutorial misconduct. Hold the phone. Wait a minute. Wait. What the fuck? Where's the prosecutorial misconduct part? No. Nope. This is the dumbest fucking paragraph I've read all night. All right, hang on. Everyone's saying go to the next article. Let's read the dumb article, and then we're going to read the dumb paragraph. We're going to the next one. Dumb paragraph. Now, with the newly discovered text message suggesting prosecutors withheld potentially exculpatory evidence tied to a possible alternate suspect. I don't think that's what that does at all. You have not demonstrated that to me. Ms. Wood, that is a fucking lie. That is a lie. Outright. That is inaccurate, false reporting. There should be a damn retraction at the bottom of this one. That's unless you have a factual foundation. Oh, maybe. Like, this is their case for a new trial is only getting stronger. Did they preserve the argument that these weren't provided in discovery? Did they preserve that argument? Look, Becky's a problem. Becky Hill's a real big problem. But you just called that prosecutorial misconduct. Or you inferred that. So that was written by Jen Wood. Then you've got this one. July 18th. By Fitz News. Who's the author? Will Folks. Different author. There you go. Different author. South Carolina's Attorney General is firing back at convicted killer Alex Murdaugh's defense team, claiming they received even more information than prosecutors did about phone calls and text messages sent and received by the disgraced trial lawyer in the days, weeks surrounding the murders. Last week, Arjen Wood reported, that's a stretch, reported exclusively on text messages. I'm not going to go that far. I think that Ms. Wood should be called into the proverbial editorial woodshed and just yeah, that's no. That were never shared with jurors. There's that tipping it off. There you go. They were never shared with jurors. Huh. You know what was missing from all of Ms. Wood's reporting? Her exclusive extensive reporting was the sharing with jurors part. You didn't say that. You just said they were withheld. You left us to infer. You said they were withheld. You left us to make the inference that they were withheld from the defense, which is, in my opinion, unethical journalism. That's improper. Proceedings end, blah, 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 found guilty. Currently appealing those convictions, life sentence he received on multiple grounds, including documented jury tampering and alleged jury rigging. Seems odd that among the things that are cited in this article, which is a follow-up to your article, Ms. Wood, that they did not list prosecutorial misconduct. They listed some shady shit. Wait, the jury rigging? Hang on. Is that the misconduct part? The egg juror. No, that's the egg juror. That's the egg juror being excluded. Cryptic exchange. So Fitz News obtained the text messages and thought that somehow they weren't given to the defense. Fuck off. This is an editor coming in and cover your ass. Cover your ass. To be clear, our reporting never suggested these materials were not turned over to Murdaugh's attorneys. Sure. You want to go back and read that article again? Both articles again? You want to read them again and say that your reporting never suggested that? Really? You say that with a straight face? That's cool. Pinocchio knows. Yep. Only that they were not included in the official timeline of the case provided the jurors. Really? Please show me in the prior articles where you made that comment explicitly clear that you were upset because they weren't included in the timeline presented to the jurors. Because it seemed like you were upset that they weren't presented at all. Like that we just did not even know they existed. And the inference was that the defense didn't know they existed, which is why you referred to it as possibly being a grounds for appeal. So, would you like to reconsider how you characterize the prior articles that we just read? Okay. That was big nothing burger. Prosecutor got redacted copies of cell phone dumps after the taint team. Of course they did. The defense got the full dumps. Oh my God. All text and information gathered from Alex Murdaugh's device were timely provided to defense before trial. And the record was kept of when the discovery was provided. Oh my God. That was so bad. Oh, wait. Nope. Remember how I said that that article had the tone of an editor coming in and do damage control after your article seemed to make an inference it wasn't proper? Will Folks is the founding editor of the news outlet you're currently reading. Oh, I was right. Oh, God. Will Folks came in and said, what's this bullshit you've been putting on? Oh, my God. Oh, it was phenomenal. It really was. The editor that came in, it was like, what you just wrote was a whole lot of bullshit. And then the entire article is cover your ass. We didn't infer this at all. We said that the jurors the jurors didn't get the whole story. Are you out? Sure. Oh my God. That's phenomenal. That's great. I love that it says about it's how much of a bit, look, this is a pretty boss move on the part of the editor. Will folks, the founding editor of the news outlet you're currently reading. That's a boss move. Oh, that's solid. I like that a lot. Man, yeah. Hang on. How about this one? Hackman no. Hackman no. Will folks need to actually edit the articles? Well, he needs to be more editorial in what he allows to be published. What the hell was that? What did we just read? This is a whole lot of people that were really pissed off at the prior reporting who were like, what the fuck is your author? What are they writing? What are they writing? When you sit up here and you make this comment, which is complete cover your ass. To be clear, our reporting never suggested these materials were not turned over to the defense attorneys. Our coverage was focused exclusively on how investigators and prosecutors selectively shared information with the jury. Where in this whole article is that mentioned? Where? Or this one, the follow-up article. Where is that mentioned or made clear? Oh no. It wasn't. It wasn't. You said that it was potentially withholding exculpatory evidence. Huh. Where does it say to the jurors in there? Anywhere? No? I don't see it. It looks like that they're trying to make you draw the inference. It was withheld from the jurors. Oh, hey, bud. Look at you.
Hey, how are things?
Things are good. We just read through some very unethical reporting by Fitz News when it came to the Alex Murdaugh case. I told you he would freeze. I told you we would get the cell phone Ian, and then he would freeze. I knew it. A wild Runkle appears, and he appears in a cell phone frame. You there? I can hear you walking. You can't hear me though.
All right. I wandered for a moment, and then I realized that I actually need to stay near the Wi-Fi. So
Yeah, that will happen. So we just covered Fitz News. Fitz News ran 2 articles that were saying that there were text messages withheld during the Murdaugh trial. And I was like, well, that seems like smoke. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. I wonder where the text messages are. They did 2 articles of talking about the text messages being withheld. You know what they were referring to?
were they just excluded?
No, they were text messages that the prosecutor decided not to include in the timeline they presented to the jury at the end of the trial.
Okay.
But they were text messages that were provided to the defense in discovery.
And so the defense could have argued them if they wanted?
Yeah. But the article went on for like paragraphs and paragraphs about how this was clearly prosecutorial misconduct.
Wow, that is totally not prosecutorial misconduct.
I know. And then in a third article that was published 2 days after the last article, the editor of Fitz News came out and was like, we totally didn't infer that these were not produced to the defense. We were talking about the investigation just in general to the jury. Like, no, Mr. Editor, you came in and started to cover your ass.
Sorry.
It happens. How goes it, buddy?
Oh, it's going all right. I just need to hold the camera at a better angle so we're not doing nostril cam.
Sounds like your arm's going to fall asleep.
I am going to sneak in and I'm going to turn off my camera here and sneak in and get...
Or how about this?
Thing.
I'll just pull you down. I'll pull you off stage and then you can jump back in when you want.
Sounds good.
There's no more sneaking. So that you don't see any of the Runkle inside household or Mrs. Runkle or anybody else. While he's doing that, we can catch up on chats because we finished that topic. We now know the Murdaugh reporting was just nothing. It was stupid. It was dumb. It was a lot of people making something about nothing. Lindsay, Ian always provides the elite camera angles. Yes, up his nose, laying in bed. You should see the camera angles he's providing behind the scenes because he didn't turn his camera off because it's just me. I could see the behind the scenes. And it's up Ian's nose. All the boogers. Yes, he gives us the best camera angles. Let's see. Mary Swanson, so happy you're here. Rob, love you. Please ask the prayers for my beloved feline man, Jasper. Prayers for Jasper. He is sick and needs positive vibes. Positive vibes going his way. Thinking about it, we probably all need positive vibes. We all do. Jasper, especially. Paw friends are the best friends. Minnesota knows. Have you ever seen a law-abiding citizen? If so, this case has some of those vibes. This is the Koberger case. I have seen it. It's good. It's a good movie. I love the movie. But vigilante justice, not okay to even start encouraging that. Mary Swanson, thanks for giving a member. Devers, Missing Integrity, and La Posada's Disco Inferno. That is the screen name, not the super chat. Thank you very much. Hanlon's Razor, never ascribe to malice / conspiracy what you can to human stupidity. Also, how dare the state not waste taxpayer money? Canton did it. Yeah, they're an example of what not to do. Mama Wolf, thank you for the very generous super chat. This is why what you, Emily, Ian, Peter, Andrea, Lawyer Lee, and other lawyers on YouTube do is so important. You're all trying to teach us the law so that we stop sensationalizing and believing all of the bullshit. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, Mama Wolf. We try. We very much try. Ian does all the time. Look at that handsome gentleman. There he is. How you doing, bud?
Doing all right. I'm told I'm really quiet, so I don't have a way to turn me up.
StreamYard, in the time that I've been gone, StreamYard. Oh, you weren't automatically adjusted there. Now you're automatically adjusted. I changed you.
All right. Hopefully that might be better.
It is. StreamYard moved all the buttons. Like, I've been gone for 3 weeks and
I'm on my cell phone.
I know. I'm just telling you that I've been gone long enough that StreamYard moved the buttons. So I don't remember how with these buttons to turn your, they actually they put little microphone indicators so I can see levels. Oh, look at that. You learned something.
People are saying I'm still really quiet.
So what are you up to this fine Friday evening? It looks still light where you are.
I'm in Yellowknife.
What the hell is that?
Put it in a map.
It's yellow. Are you off in the middle of nowhere?
Just a wee bit.
Yellowknife. Ooh. Whoa. Wow. That's way far away.
It is.
Yellowknife. What inspired you to go up there? My goodness.
There's a festival up here, so.
What is the festival? It sounds like a festival up there might involve hallucinogenics.
No, nothing so exciting.
Oh, see, the way you said no makes me think yes.
No, it's a folk festival, so I guess maybe some people might be on the hallucinogenics, but not me.
That's cool. That is way up north.
This might help. Can you hear?
I can hear you great.
All right. I don't know if that's working.
Oh, that made it worse. Now it sounds like you're on a phone. Whatever you did when you first did it, that did great.
Okay, let's try this. I'm just trying to have let me just see here. Let's see.
I can boost the hell out of
All
your
right, let's try
audio. Oh,
Is that better?
Do that again. Oh yeah, that's good.
All right. Then I've abandoned headphones, and hopefully I'm not going to annoy everyone else in the place here. So
Am I on speaker?
you are.
Hello, everyone in the place.
They've all sort of gone to bed, so hopefully we're not bothering them.
Well, you and I don't know what that sleep thing is. So festival up there? That's crazy. That's cool.
Yeah,
That
it's,
is way up north, man. Is it cold still?
it is actually really overly warm.
What is overly
Um,
warm? What is overly warm? I don't trust you.
I don't know. I don't know what the temperature is. And yes, somebody was saying, is that folk on the rocks? Yes, it is.
Oh, that's odd. It said it's 62 Fahrenheit right now in the Yellowknife.
Yeah,
That seems
it's
very warm.
and it's very humid. And yeah, I just hope the air conditioning will catch up because, yeah,
Is the lake that you're on really called the Great Slave Lake?
it is.
It seems like a very odd name for a lake.
It's not named for what you think, but it's also still bad.
I don't even know if I want the backstory to that. That just sounds like it could just go from bad to worse.
It's named for an indigenous people, but the story is also awful. So, yeah, it's named for the slavey people who were so named by their enemies because their enemies enslaved them a lot. It's really not a good story.
Oh, that sounds dark. That sounds dark and ominous. And I don't know if I like that story.
Yeah.
Well,
so yeah.
That's cool. Glad you got away. You needed a break. You did the meetup on the 12th and I couldn't make it because I had to fly back because I was supposed to have trial. How was the meetup?
I did. It was great. I met all sorts of awesome people. I didn't have as much time to talk to people as I'd like, which always happens at these things. But I had a lot of fun, and Andrea's really cool. And yeah, somebody says, "Where's Yellowknife?" Yellowknife is way, way north.
I can show a geographic picture.
Yes.
I'll do this. I will do a geographic picture. Share the screen. So there's Yellowknife, little highlighted area. Whole little area. Zooming out, zooming out, zooming out, zooming out. Northwest Territories, Alberta. Where is the United States? All the way down here. So these are the Dakotas, Montana, Washington. That is the whole state of Washington to give you size and perspective. That is the whole province of Alberta. And Yellowknife is all the way up there, Northwest Territories.
It's way up there.
In the perspective of the top of the world, it's all the way up there. Pretty high. Pretty big. So,
yep.
That hopefully answers questions. Yes, Ian met Andrea Burkhart. Andrea went up to Ian's meetup. Actually, she went via the San Juan Islands. I don't know if I told you this. I was on Blakely Island, literally on the summit looking out towards Friday Harbor where Andrea was staying on a neighboring island. And we were leaving like the next day and we couldn't go out to see her, but I waved at her from one island to the other. And people are like, hang on, doxing Ian in 4K. Yeah. I don't think it's doxing when it's a map that geographically says what area of the world he is in. Like where in the world is Ian Carmen Sandiego?
It's not like it's got an address or something like that.
No, I gave them. You guys got a city/town. So, are there tons of establishments there? Probably not. But are any of you in proximity to be able to get there within the next day or so if you drove the whole time? No, I don't think so.
I mean, if you can figure out like which building I'm in, best of luck. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So, all right. So I need you to fill me in as briefly as possible. By briefly as possible, I mean, I don't mean you don't have to do the entire recount of the entire story. The proven lock debacle.
So this.
You have one. You son of- It was almost, by the way, not coordinated in any fashion whatsoever. Not at all anticipated. I didn't text him ahead of time saying I was going to ask this damn question. He was just sitting there on his phone with this stupid lock in front of him.
By the way, the airlines do not know what this is when it goes through the metal or through the X-ray. So when I fly with this thing, they're like, "Hey, what the hell?"
It is massive. Hold that up again. What's the how? Turn it. That is huge.
So I mean, if what you're looking for is resistance to, like, some guy with a sledgehammer, it's pretty good, right? I mean, that's great, but the problem is that it's not all that well designed. So here's the backstory on this thing. Proven Industries makes this thing, and Proven Industries, and I am now working on another story about Proven Industries, but so Proven Industries went and they put a video out about this thing where they essentially went after it with like a sledgehammer. They went after it with a crowbar, a bunch of things to be like, this is a really tough lock. And that's no problem. The problem is that somebody in the comments said, hey, I want to see Trevor McNally take a shot at this thing effectively. And so what then happens is that Proven Industries decides to respond to that comment. And their response is, well, he's not going to try because he only goes after the easy locks. Now, Trevor McNally is a guy who picks locks for a living. So when they decide to do a little call out, he responds. And his response video is that he's sitting there in a chair with a juice box, kicking his legs as they do their, he takes part of their video where they're like, this lock is super tough. And then he puts up the comment that they made, basically calling him out.
Oh, no.
As his thing. And so the next thing he does in that is there's one of these things attached to a trailer hitch, because this is intended to be a trailer hitch lock. And he shims it open using a piece of pop can. So Proven Industries then proceed to lose their mind because they are like, oh, holy shit. So I have a pop can, but I haven't got it sort of folded into a shim, and I'm not very good at the shimming of it. I've caused it to fail open, but now the keys came off in my bag, so now I'm trying to dig around. I've got all sorts of things in here. I'm going to try to find the keys so that I can show you the critical, fatal flaw in this design. Where are those keys? I might actually have to try with the top can. Where are the keys?
Did they really try to copyright claim? Because I'm seeing Julia 543. Did they try to copyright claim?
They did. They took
because
down
he took a section of his. Because he took a section of their video or something.
Yeah. So they initially tried to take him offline with copyright claims.
That's a bogus claim. That's
It
really
is
fair use.
It is a very bogus claim, and anyway, that does not, that doesn't stop them. But they also go on the offensive, and they start saying, "Well, he's faking his videos. Look at all the different things he's faking," and so he does several more videos proving them wrong. But they also then sue him for defamation as well as copyright infringement. And yeah, so here's the issue. I don't know if you can see that.
What false thing? How are they suing him for defamation? What false statement was he making?
They're saying that it's defamation by implication because it's implied that picking the lock or that shimming the lock is easier than it actually is. They're like, you make it look too easy.
Well, is he a fucking magician? Like, or did he like just literally hold out the piece and show people how to do the piece in the right thing?
I mean, he's just good at it. That's the thing, right? So they're like, you can't do a YouTube video because you're good at it. And it's like, well, that is what people do on YouTube videos. So here's the thing. This is the lock in its open state, right? And one of the things that they were saying is unfair is that he would have seen the lock in an open state before he tried to shim it. I'm like, yeah, okay,
Oh.
that's not a thing. But so you see this end, like this little piece here?
Yeah. If it seems like if you hit that, yeah, that's the stop.
That's the thing that keeps it from opening. So in a well-designed one, this thing should only move if you use the key. The problem is that this is vulnerable to shimming because
you can depress it.
You can depress it. And so when it's closed up inside the thing, if you slide a piece of can in between these surfaces here, like in between there, you can then sort of hook it around
and pull it back out and depress it.
And then pull it back out and depress it. And yeah, so that is the big problem with this thing. And so Proven Industries launches this lawsuit, and they boast online about how they're suing Trevor McNally. Everyone's going to find out that he's a big fat fraud.
Oh, so please put more eyes on the lawsuit that I find. Cool. Great idea. Love it. Love it.
And then they bring a emergency motion for a preliminary injunction to force Mr. McNally to stop making videos because he keeps making videos because like they keep saying, oh, he faked it this way. Like they said he tampered with the lock. And so he's like,
so they are now possibly entering into the world of defamation.
Yes, I actually think that they very much open themselves up to that in a serious way.
Because this is what he does for a living. And if you're implying or stating that the individual
is faking it,
performing the thing that brings them money is somehow rigging the game.
Like they said, oh, he rigged the lock to make it easier to open. And so after he said that, he went and did a video where he pulls the lock out of an Amazon box and cuts it open and shims it. So that's
the crazy thought is that Proven Industries or anyone else would kind of look at someone who's picking a lock and saying, well, this person would only be able to do this if they saw the inside of the lock. Well, I'm thinking that if a person was any good at picking locks, what they might do is a fair bit of background research on locks, like maybe buying one and experimenting with it.
What do you think this costs?
Chat's already cheated.
$130 US.
It's just $130.
And then here's the other fun thing. When customers were getting upset and saying, hey, this, why is this bad? They turned around and said, well, you could buy the better version of this, which is more expensive. And that one is shim resistant.
Wait, hang on. They admitted the design flaw and they said, buy the more expensive one. Did we fix the design flaw?
Yeah. And so it gets even worse. They bring this emergency motion for a preliminary injunction against Mr. McNally.
I think I know. Can I cheat a little bit? So
Yeah.
anyone that's bringing a motion like this or filing something saying that my product, which is really important to me and is very important, my sales are very important to me, and the product and the design of the product is being challenged, and everything about that design is very important to me. I put a lot of time and effort into creating it. Surely the attorney that files anything related to that product or in defense of that product's design is asking the court to seal anything they file, right?
No. They file everything not under seal. And so then they have this hearing for the motion for preliminary injunction. And during that, their engineer admits that he could shim it after watching one of McNally's videos. But that, in his opinion, it's harder than Mr. McNally made it seem.
Did he do the OJ with the gloves where it's like, I can't fit my big hands in the little gloves? And
they didn't do the demo. The judge wanted to see the demo, but they didn't do the demo.
You know damn well the judge went home and had his law clerk buy one of those locks. You know damn well there is one of those locks sitting in that judge's chambers. You know it.
So they also admit that when they said that Mr. McNally faked his videos and so forth, that they knew their locks were shimmable, and that they also had no basis to believe that he'd faked his videos.
Oh.
You can see the portion in the transcript of the cross-examination where they are lining up a counter-defamation.
This was sworn testimonial statement by a corporate representative. This wasn't just like a pleading or anything else. This was a sworn statement.
Now, here's the other fun thing. The judge gets kind of pissed off at this corporate representative because he works for a different company and is on a different org chart.
How does that work? You can't do that.
And then and he's like, I work for both. And the judge is like, well, you need to actually they need to actually figure out where he works because this is weird.
Yeah, because you're speaking for one company. Is the other company like a competitor or a subsidiary, or like you are the corporate designee?
It's not clear at all. And so anyway, proven then after they get they lose the motion for preliminary injunction. The judge is very skeptical.
Yep.
But she also warns Mr. McNally. She's like, if you want to keep making videos, you better make sure those videos are true. And I'm sure he's like, cool.
Pretty sure he's like, he probably did one of these, the judge.
And then Proven Industries files a notice of voluntary dismissal in the case.
Yeah.
But before they do that, they file a motion to seal all of the documents that they filed, almost all the documents that they filed publicly.
Retroactively. They want to undo time.
They're like, hey, we filed these publicly, but now we would like them sealed.
Yeah. So they wanted the Men in Black. They wanted the Men in Black, the mind eraser thingy, and they wanted to hold that up like in at the end of the movie where the Statue of Liberty just goes, everyone just disappears in their memory. We didn't just see any of that.
That's pretty much it. They're like, hey, and so I filed a response, and my response was punted. My response was stricken, and I actually think the judge is in error to do it. And the reason why I think the judge is in error is because
I think you said this to me. You told this to me separately. There's the rule on point says that third parties are allowed to file intervention motions or file motions as interveners.
It's non-parties are allowed to file an opposition. It specifically says non-parties can file an opposition. And so I filed as a non-party, and she's like, but you have to be an intervener first, and we wouldn't give you permission as an intervener. I'm like, that is not what the law says there. It says any non-party can file as an interested party. Now, here's the other fun thing.
The chat is begging me to remind you of something that you glossed over,
Yeah.
something else that happened during testimony.
So the president of the company didn't testify, and apparently just kind of went missing because like the judge is going, "Where is he?" And the lawyer's like, "I don't know." But so instead of having him testify, they put in his declaration as evidence.
Okay.
And Trevor McNally's lawyers say, "Hey, that's fine. You can put in the declaration, but we're allowed to put in his criminal record."
Oh.
And his criminal record has multiple felonies. And the judge says, "Hey, well, just because he's got felonies doesn't necessarily mean much. Are any of these felonies ones that are related to honesty or the administration of justice or those things?"
No.
And
Nope. You're not going to say it.
Proven Industries lawyer says, "No, Your Honor." And then McNally's lawyer goes, "What about the one for witness intimidation? Or interference with a witness or something along those lines?" Or witness tampering, I believe, was the actual.
Wait. Not just a charge, an actual felony conviction. Because you can only get a disposition in.
For, if I recall correctly,
intimidation?
witness tampering, I believe. I'd have to check the transcript again. But yeah, witness tampering?
Kidding me?
Nope.
Bitch. So the lawyer for Proven Industries,
and the judge
demonstrating how unproven they are. Like this is like
and
all
then the judge goes, "Hey, wouldn't you agree, Proven's lawyer, that in fact that is relevant, in terms of being an administration of justice conviction?" And they're like, "Yes, Judge. Yes, we agree with that."
This is fucking gold. This is, what's great? There's this girl who got on TikTok who just reads trial transcripts all day. And like in the dramatic fashion.
Yeah.
I think I might need to relive this transcript at a different point in time where we do it very dramatically.
It's just bizarre. And I just kind of look at it and I go,
it's just playing a game of fuck around and find out. Like just
so what is it? But Proven is like, "Even though we dropped this, we still want you to rule on our motion to seal." And
tell me the judge declined.
The judge hasn't actually ruled on that yet, but she did rule on throwing my opposition out, which is sad.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I mean, this is the difference between like lawyers who understand a courtroom and lawyers who don't. Because properly speaking, the next lawyerly step would be to file a motion to reconsider and to detail why the judge is wrong with citations. And that's not what I'm going to do. Because while that is the lawyerly answer, it also probably isn't going to help at the end of the day. Because I suspect the judge will be like, "Did I stutter?" And then my remedy is to like go up to a court of appeal, and nah, bro. But the other thing is that I like McNally better than I like Proven. And it's very clear if you read both filings that my position and McNally's position on the motion to seal are basically the same, which is don't. And so I could sit there and I could poke the judge, and I suspect what I would be doing is pissing off McNally. And, I haven't spoken to McNally. I haven't spoken to McNally's lawyers, I don't think, unless, all I would be doing is just pissing the judge off.
Yeah.
And
Miguel would probably say, Ian, I love you, buddy, but we got this.
yeah. And the thing is I read their filing. Their filing is very good. And I'm like, cool. And I think it would be a very stupid thing of me, after having made several videos criticizing Proven for saying you needed to hire fewer lawyers and more engineers to solve this problem, to be like, yeah. So I'm going to take the money I would have thrown at like filing a motion for reconsideration, which is 0 because I'm doing it myself. And I'm going to hire that many engineers, which is 0 because you can't hire any engineers with 0 money. And the lack of engineer will just do nothing because that is the correct approach at this point. Just from a tactical perspective, it doesn't make sense for me to fight this to the ground. And yeah, and this is really
as your friend and quasi attorney / friend attorney, I would advise you of the same.
And this is the thing. This is the thing I've criticized multiple. I've criticized Proven for it. I've criticized another individual who I will not name right now for reasons that will become apparent in the fullness of time. And for this thing of like, not all problems are problems that you want a lawyer to solve, or at least that your lawyer can solve via lawsuit. So I guess one person I can discuss is Lauren the Mortician. Lauren the Mortician was very upset because people were calling her a TERF. And so her answer was to get to lawsuit it up. And what her answer should have been is either to just let it go,
comments. Just
eat the comments, eat the, okay, you're losing some followers. It'll happen. Life, sometimes shit happens.
Yeah.
But if she really wanted to break the whole TERF allegation, what she should have done is she should have just waited 2 weeks for everything to, for the intensity of things to die down.
Mm-hmm.
And then she does mortician content, right? So what she could have done is something like, here is how we apply gender affirming care to people in the mortician industry. Like, we make sure we get their name right, and we do their makeup and so forth, right? Like, this is what she could have.
And the thing is, the flip side is, if you were that upset, the contrary argument could be made if you had the different position. If you were upset, you offended a different group of people. You just don't go on the attack. You just go and by your own existence, prove them wrong.
And it's her call as to whether that's what she wants to do, right? And to, if she wants to make that call or not. But either do nothing or put out a video to sort of address the allegations without directly addressing the allegations. Like, you don't want to do the Colleen Ballinger,
toxic gossip train.
Yeah, you don't want to break out the ukulele and so forth. But you could have just done a video to sort of be like, hey, here is me not being a TERF, right? And then, or, I mean, hell, she could have leaned into it. Like, I'm not telling her which political stance to take. Like, J.K. Rowling seems to be doing fine. She's
what I mean.
Like, take a mansion or something. But
if you disagree and you want to be viewed as taking a certain political stance, then take the fucking political stance. Like, just
take the stance you want to take, or don't take any stance. But don't instead, what she does is she files a hurt feelings lawsuit, and that just makes it worse. And I'm going, why are you doing this? Like, this is such a bad idea. And I had a course in law school that covered defamation as a tort. And one of the things the prof said is that usually the correct approach to someone is defaming you is
Ignore them.
not to do anything about it, because usually it's not actually worth it. Like,
The example, you will never recover monetarily enough money to compensate you for the headache that you will bestow.
You've got to look, this, and I mean, if you're ever going to a lawyer, you should be able to articulate to them what winning looks like for you, right? And so, like, for criminal law, winning is easy, because winning is, I got acquitted. I didn't go to jail for as long as I might have otherwise, something like that. It's very easy to measure, right? But there's some fields where winning can be very difficult to measure. Those include defamation, but they also include things like employment law. Because, hey, you got $50,000 out of this employer.
Mm-hmm.
But are you going to be able to work again? Right?
Yep.
And so sometimes what the person wants isn't like $50,000. Sometimes what they want is a positive reference. So that the next. Yep. And the lawyer can't sue for that, but they can possibly negotiate for that. And so a good employment lawyer will probably be like, hey, what is your outcome here? Right? Because it's very unlikely that you're going to get enough money out of like an employment case that you never have to work again. So, like, figure it out, right? It's such bizarre stuff. And like, I don't do influencer law.
Uh-huh.
But holy crap, do I feel like I could do better at it than some folks. And I'm just like,
a lot of these people have never seen the inside of a courtroom, Ian.
Yeah.
That's the difference. I'm convinced there are a lot of very intelligent lawyers who have never seen the inside of a courtroom, and therefore they just don't know. They don't know what they don't know.
Yep. It's a whole complicated thing. But I mean, this is the other thing. A lawyer should be one of the most important things a lawyer can do is to tell you when you're fucked, and to tell you when like, I've had clients come in and they're like, we're gonna win this case. That's it's gonna be awesome. And I say, well, I just want you to sit down.
Do you want the good news or the bad news or the bad news and the bad news?
Well, I had a client who's like, yep, this is, he's like, I didn't do it. I've got an ironclad alibi. I've got 3 people who will say that I'm at a different place. And I'm like, slow your roll. I got a videotape to show you. And I'm like, is that your facial tattoo? Because very distinctive facial tattoo. Very clearly seen on video, very clearly committing the crime. And I'm like, I don't care how many alibi witnesses you say you have in the face of that, you're getting convicted.
Yeah.
And, you can tell me it's another guy who looks exactly like you with exactly the same tattoo, and I can tell you, my job isn't to decide whether I believe you or not, but my job is certainly to decide whether I think a judge is going to believe you or a jury is going to believe you. And the answer to that is hard no.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, and I'm like, so let's talk resolution options. Like, let's talk what we can get from the Crown prosecutor. And, because his winning outcome is not acquittal, because acquittal was just not on the table.
Yeah, it's not really on the table.
But, trying to get a sentence that is less than what he would otherwise be looking at is absolutely on the table. And yeah. So you got to figure that out. But for some things, like, it can be a big deal, right? It's yeah.
I'm with you. Well, that was in that the ADHD brain was, I mean, it was in full force. It was in full force. We went proven industries.
Yeah, we
all the
started
way
with
through.
locks and we ended up with
We did. We got
Yeah.
all the way to criminal defendants, and sometimes trying to convince them the best outcome they can get is a sentence. It's different.
It's true.
We did some jumping. I like the jumping. I liked it. I loved it. I'm going to catch up on some super chats, and then I'm going to talk briefly. I'm not going to get to Girardi tonight. It was less boring. I honestly and you know what? I'll do this now. I'm going to swoop to this, and I'm going to do super chats and get out of here, because I want you to offer your opinion here. Swoop real quick. The grand juror thing. I'm not going to play it again. I'm not going to go through all the indictment and because quite candidly, it is way too early for anyone to say anything about to whom this grand juror spoke, what it was the grand juror informed the other person of, whether this grand juror actually presided over the grand jury that indicted Karen Reed or not. There are no facts.
I saw people talking about it and saying like, oh, this is, and the thing is, I saw people saying that it was like damning on the pro Karen Reed side and damning saying it was on the anti Karen Reed side. And I was like, I looked into all the information I could actually find that was like actual knowledge. And I was like, well, I have no clue what is happening here. And nobody else does either. So.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean the Karen Reed, the grand jury that presided for Karen Reed, the grand jury that presided during the time that an impaneled grand jury was investigating whether or not, I guess, investigating the investigation, where during this time there was an investigation and something being presented to the grand jury that had to do with the Karen Reed case or investigation. But we don't know. Grand juries get impaneled, by the way, and they hear a lot of cases. A lot of cases.
And it might not have anything to do with, yeah.
We don't know. But just like with what I was talking about with the Murdaugh, where you had the people kind of saying, oh my God, look, I'm seeing these, news reporter, am seeing this text message for the first time. My gosh, I didn't see this during the trial. Therefore, it must be prosecutorial misconduct. What this whole grand juror being charged has done is it has very, very clearly brought in every fucking idiot out of the woodwork, and the regular idiots out of the woodwork, to offer an opinion that they might not have any qualification to offer. You have people speculating left, right, center, in between, every which way. It is wild to me that so many people have jumped from this one plea, which, yes, here's the thing I will say. Indictment, 2 days later, negotiated plea. The disposition is 1 day and 1 day served. That sounds very clearly like someone who's cooperating with something.
Yeah. It also sounds like somebody who probably did not have anything to do with the trial that has absolutely been on like everybody's radar. And yeah,
and this was the one part. This was the one aspect of this that I actually did. I did want to cover. And it was the fact that among all of the people out there that were jumping and just wanting to make a headway, make all these different opinions on this, what's crazy is we got an example almost akin to the Jason Momoa testifying. Read this headline, Ian. You see it?
yes. That.
Yeah, it took you a second, didn't it?
Yep.
It was People Magazine. Juror in Karen Reed case to plead guilty to violating grand jury secrecy. All of
Which
those
certain-
words in that order are wrong. I
That's just
mean,
the name of news media these days, isn't it?
isn't that just shocking?
I wish it was, Rob. I really do.
Now, granted, the article begins with a woman on the grand jury. Again, none of this is demonstrably true or false. None of it. A woman on the grand jury in the high-profile Karen Reed case. No, it's not true. That's not true at all. The person who was on the grand jury that presided during the time that we know the feds were calling witnesses who had a connection to the Karen Reed trial. This is insane. This is why everyone hates mainstream media. Oh, I see the tie. Yay, tie.
I thought I should be fancy.
So that's one article. Ready? Here's the other one. This one's even worse. This is even worse. This headline is even somehow more misleading. Juror in Karen Reed case agrees to plea deal for leaking information. Holy shit. Like, I can't believe this. The three bullet points. None of it says anything about this is just there's putting the cart in front of the horse, and then there is like launching the cart into space, a la whatever the doctor's name is from the trial. Whoever said my car can go to space. Anyways, launching this cart into space. Oh, look, they begin a master's grand juror accused of leaking information again in the Karen Reed case. That's just not true. Like at all.
Wow. I gotta let you go here.
Yeah,
I am causing noises, so I will let you go.
Thank you. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi.
I'm like, I have not been around for way too long, so
I haven't been here for 3 weeks, bud. I'm playing catch up. We'll catch up next week.
All right, talk to you soon. Cheers.
Right, bye. I shall kick you off. Bye.
I'm like, how do I make myself go away here?
I will make yourself go away. Bye. All right. So here to recognize how wild this is 1000% speculation. One, they got every notable fact like wrong in the headline. Just wrong. Just 100% wrong. Here's the criminal information. So from this period to this period, the defendant knowingly violated blah, 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 all these orders. Show me anywhere in here it references a case number, party, defendant, witness, name of the individual receiving information, or any of the above. No, I didn't see it either. That's cool. I really didn't. Also in the plea deal, it also I don't see anything in here absolutely nothing in the plea deal that relates to what this person said, to whom they said it, about what case it was said, or anything of the like. People focused on this time period. That's what they focused on. That time period and just jump to a conclusion. Just not even jump, just full on leap. And then you get these headlines. What does this headline imply? It implies that one of the presiding jurors who determined the guilt or innocence of Karen Read has pled guilty to leaking information. That's the statement. That's what the headline reads. There is not a correction. There's no edit. Then there's no nothing. There's nothing there. This was a grand jury that was convened during the time that we believe, based on what we learned during the Karen Read trial, that witnesses were appearing before the grand jury and testifying in connection with some grand jury investigation. We don't know whether there was an indictment. There wasn't. We don't know what specifically they were trying to indict or whether they were trying to indict anything. We just know that there was a grand jury convened. The grand jury was presented with various cases during the term the grand jury was convened. To give you an understanding of this, and yes, it's the Jason Momoa. This is the Jason Momoa. And yeah, it doesn't just apply it. It says it. It really does. It says it outright. It literally says it outright. It says a juror in the Karen Read case agrees to a plea deal. That's exactly what it says. That statement is unequivocally, factually incorrect. And had there been an ounce of research done or inquiry of an attorney prior to posting this article, it wouldn't read that way. It says it outright. And then this one does the same damn thing. People Magazine and News Nation. And these are just two. There were several more. When I was looking up the Karen Read stuff, I pulled the actual indictment. Then all of a sudden I started just typing it, and typing it, I saw all the news articles. I was going, well, that's not that. That's not the same thing. This is just, today apparently I became Rick Hogue. I just decided that we were going to focus on inaccurate reporting of information. So the only thing that I wanted to do was to bring people's attention to mind that everything you're seeing in the media, and here's the funny thing about this, some of these articles might end up being quasi-right. We might determine, or we might learn in the future, that this grand juror who leaked information, leaked it in connection with several cases, leaked it in connection with the case that was investigating the investigation, leaked it in connection. We don't know. We might have learned anything. We might eventually learn that some of these news media sources got somewhere near the truth on some issues. Problem is, they would be doing so only by luck. That's it. 100% by luck. Luck. And then when some fact gets relayed later, or we learn something later down the road, or we've got additional investigations, they come back and say, see, I was right. Look, I was right. And even when they say, look, I was right, you can point back to that headline and be like, no, you're an idiot. The fact that this became almost frontline news for so many outlets was wild. It's the same thing as when you had mainstream media or masthead media showing up for what the media anticipated to be verdict day, right? And they're showing up and watching the participants walk into trial and not knowing who anyone is. or knowing any of the things that took place at trial. Why would they care about the facts? It's what they're doing, right? They're magical journalists who do all their journalisming, and we're supposed to trust them. Problem is, a lot of people trust them. And where I get very, very, very upset is where people have fights with me or arguments with me about, and the foundation for the facts that they're looking at are like, well, this entity reported this. And let's say that the topic of the reporting was economic data. Okay. And then I say, well, the same entity that you just referred to said that Jason Momoa testified in the Johnny Depp trial. And they're like, but that's totally different. That's totally different. They might have been wrong about that, but they're not going to be wrong about something this important. Want to bet? And I'm sorry, but they've lost all the trust that I have to give. All of it. So the condition and state of the media right now, there's a reason why they have the lowest trust credibility and trust ratings in the entire, like they've ever had. There's 100%, there's a reason why. They've lost it. They have lost it by this type of reporting. Juror pleads guilty. How am I supposed to trust anything else that you put on your, how am I supposed to put trust anything you put on your platform? If you get something like that so wrong. Yeah, but it's this. Well, why are you publishing about that? Why are you publishing about court news if you are not a subject matter expert? If you're not going to ensure that the information you're publishing is accurate? Because what that tells me is that you don't know the fundamentals of how to discern what you should or shouldn't be talking about. And you, as an editorial board, editorial staff, or a newspaper, or a news reporting agency, have lost all credibility. Because I can't trust your judgment on determining where you're an expert to testify or where you're an expert to opine on and where you're not. When you read publications or articles by these various enterprises, I want each and every single one of you to remember that these were the same enterprises that got basic facts like this wrong. And they did it brazenly on the front of their masthead. And they put it out there for the entire world to see with pride, pounding their chest, did not issue a retraction or correction. Nothing changed. They did it with the same fervor that they put out every other article that you are reading, that they're publishing. And how many of y'all like being gaslit? Where you read half the article and then you come down to the third or fourth, fifth paragraph and they've buried the lead, like in the Fitz news article we covered today. Until almost 90% of the page goes down, there's that one bolded text that says, to be clear, we don't have information that the defense didn't have these in their possession. A lot of people I can be mad at on a daily basis. I'm usually going to give the subject of these articles the benefit of the doubt more so than the people writing them. So, I'm kind of done being gaslit by a lot of media, a lot of articles, not a lot of reporting. I like to stick with people I trust, and even then I get burned from time to time. I mean, the big example is there's a source, a couple of sources on Twitter that I actually do particularly trust, and they ran with, and they got caught up in the whole memeability of the CEO. They ran with a bunch of these statements, the things that were purported statements by the CEO. That was my mistake. My mistake was trusting them and not just going, hey, maybe I should look at this more skeptically at the outset. My bad. I trusted them. I needed tonight. I needed these articles. I needed this coverage. I needed what we talked about this evening to remind myself why I shouldn't. So there we are. So let's go ahead. We're going to swoop. We've got some super chats to get through, and then I'm going to get out of here for the evening. I feel like I went on a lot of rants. Pretty early. It's only 1:22 here. I will be awake. I will be awake. Yeah. And I don't deign to pontificate to you guys without acknowledging that I make mistakes all the time as well. I always make mistakes. Like I said, I will usually own up to them. So yeah, that is that. So let's swoop, get to that, and we will wrap up for the evening. Okay. Actually, I need a second here. So I'm going to do this. We're going to listen to the Becky Hill thing one more time because I need a second.
Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
So you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on-the-scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am, yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
All right.
All right. Okay. Catching up on super chats, and then I've got to get out of here. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Syria Black. I turned 50 this week. Congratulations on the milestone. I hope you enjoyed the birthday. Go out and live your best life. Enjoy year 50. 51, rather. Jackie Lynn, when in doubt, give it out. Wow. Out of context, that could be used a lot of different ways. A lot indeed. Lauren D Designs, they are, yes, I do have my October donations from 1024 for Ian's Hospital. The ones that were sent, that, yes, they are in a box. The ones that we could not auction because there was no time to auction them, they're in a box. They're all carefully packaged. I have the option of either holding them on until the next time we do an auction, or I can send them back. Send me an email and let me know what I'm going to do with them. I can do that. Again, the auction and the auction items really overwhelmed Ian this year. So next year, we're going to create a different fashion of doing that, just to try and minimize what ends up coming in to a manageable extent. J. Michael RN, the scary thing is that if this happens so frequently in the age of the internet, with so many paying attention, how many times has this happened before? I'm losing any sense of confidence with the legal system. Any number of explanations there. I mean, I think one of the reasons why I like doing what I'm doing is that when I explain court cases and all the things that are going on, I'm a cynic. I've been doing this long enough to be cynical about a lot. But again, there's still a fair bit of me that really loves this system. And I like highlighting it and explaining it and making it not intimidating or fearful or scary to people. So I'm still going to keep doing it. And I want to try and restore confidence rather than have people lose it. Sandy, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Shay B, 50 gifted memberships. Very kind of you and very glad to see you here. Shay B coming in again. I'm late, but I'm here. FNF, let's go. Yes, we did. We covered a bunch of topics real quick. By real quick, I mean 4 hours. And I think I went off topic a couple times and ranted a lot more than I wanted to. but it is what it is. Mandalore Wise, off topic. Have you seen the Buffalo Public Schools fiasco that's blown up over the last couple of months? Now being investigated by the New York Attorney General's office. I have seen mutterings of it. I don't know enough to speak about it, but I can definitely take a look. I've seen mutterings. I don't even know, generally speaking, what the topic is. I just know that there's been investigations. I've seen that phrase. I'll have to double check, though. Kristen, M96, I-95 goes through Collins. So, oh, shit. Gotta find another way. Thanks for telling me, Kristen. Now I have to find a whole other way to get down to South. Deborah's missing integrity and Lapidus' Disco Inferno. Thank you. Objection implies Fitz was ever good journalism. There were times when they had sources during that trial that were, at least in part, or seemed to have a bunch of good information. The challenge is that there's always seems to be people always have this fight with me where people have this massive fight with me and they say they should just report the news. And I always tell them, I said, all right, here's the thing. What happened to you yesterday? And just give me the facts. And they start telling me about what happened to them yesterday. And within about 10, 15 seconds, I can find at least one recitation. I was tired. Oh. Were you? How tired were you? Would you say that there is always the ability to place an inference on something or to emphasize something or to downplay something? And usually the human will do that. Period. If I ask you to tell me about your day, you're going to tell me about all the bad shit too? Even if I tell you to tell me about the bad shit, you're going to focus on it? You're going to tell me the facts about it? Humans aren't built that way. So when people, and this is also why I get upset when people say they want to put a requirement on news media to report only facts without any opinion. And I look at back at that person, I say, that is an actual impossibility. You cannot do that. You cannot tell someone in reporting factual information that they can report it with no opinion, because there's opinion in the mind of the individual reporting information in discerning what to report and not report. You can't fit all of it in. Otherwise, you're just kind of duplicating the entire event. You're saying, hey, let me tell you about this thing that happened, and then play a video of the thing that happened. Like the whole thing, start to finish, with no editorializing. People don't do that. It's not digestible. It's not commonplace. It's just not possible. So any inference that or any suggestion that we need to take media or take outlets and say, all you can do is add no conjecture, commentary, opinion, or anything to anything you say out loud. You can only report facts. It's not possible. So you're setting yourself up to fail. And then the question is, who's the arbiter of the facts? Who gets to determine what they can and can't say? Sounds like a ministry of truth. Sounds like a pretty big problem. Just saying. 100G, Rob, long time no see. On my part, I sent you a message on X about a case in Virginia. I need your help. If you have time, please. Thank you, and go Tigers. Hunter, I will double check that on X. The messages I get are oftentimes filtered, so I have to go back and double check those. Deborah's missing integrity and Lapidus' Disco Inferno. Objection, common sense, not in evidence / article. Granted. Yellow pill, or sustained rather. Yellow pill MP. Today I got accepted as a patient at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. Congratulations. Wasn't expecting to be accepted on my first attempt. I'm so excited. Not sure how I'm paying for some of the expenses, but where there's a will, there's a way. Yellow pill. That's a long road that you've traveled to get where you are. I'm glad that you got there. Congratulations on getting there. And my best wishes on the travel going forward. I'm sure you'll figure it out, and I'm sure everything will go the best possible way. Matilda, thank you for being a member for 29 months. Hello from the Netherlands. Hello to you. Ms. Shorty, love FNF. We love it too. So do I. Caitlin Moore, chronic illness. What's it? Oh, fuck chronic illness and the horse it rode in on. But thankful for FNF. See, I translated the memes, the emojis. I translated the emojis. And I agree. Coral, glad to see you back. FNF was missed. Thank you, Coral. Glad to be missed from time to time. It's a nice feeling. Lola, the good dog. EDB is covering TikTok psychic defamation case against the professor. Have you seen it? Thoughts? I had seen some of it. I haven't seen anything more recent. Is this the defamation case involving the Koberger fiasco? I think it is. I haven't seen updates on it yet, though. What a wild case. Imagine being a psychic and being like, nah, I'm 100% true. Creek native girl. Thank you. My pawpaw served on grand jury in the 90s, was several going on in that courthouse at once. I'm sure this was the same. It's the feds. They're not going to talk. No, they're not. Julia 543 Karen Reed defendant plea agreement. Pinned topic on EDB. Oh, I didn't know that was how she pinned it. There's the pinned topic part, but then there's the headline in an article. Plus, Emily does long form content. It's a little bit, it's a dialogue with the chat, so I'm not going to fault her for that at all. Mrs. Squirrel, you just wanted to trigger us all? Not necessarily, no. Victor Man 7777, isn't Cuomo a News Nation lawyer? His name is above the headline. No. Is it really? Hang on. Oh, God. News Nation. It's going to be frustrating. News Nation, Karen Reed, a grand juror. Let's see if I can't find that article again. The author is Taylor DeLandro. Digital content producer. Bachelor of Arts degree in journalism. Okay. I guess that qualifies him to write on the topic of a grand juror versus a juror and to discern what a grand jury does. I don't know. That's what happens. Okay. Let's do this because there were two funny things that I saw that I wanted to share. And then I'll get out of here and leave you all alone for the weekend. By the funny things, I meant I wanted an uplifting video to make myself feel happy. I saw it the other day, and I saved it to show you guys because, again, like I said, make myself happy. Because every now and then, life is kind of complicated and difficult, and you don't really want to deal with complicated and difficult. You want to see happy stuff and fun stuff, like this. He's racing the other dog. This is the best thing I've ever seen. Monty's back legs are paralyzed, but that doesn't mean he can't race his brother on walks. Yeah. That was positive number one. Positive number two. It's going to be a little louder, so I apologize. Not really. Just saying that ahead of time. Listen, everyone, your ears are going to be a little bit not disturbed. I don't know if anyone's seen this yet. If you've seen this, don't spoil it for the chat. Do not spoil it for the chat.
Yo,
Whoever did this at my job.
Somebody put this in our bathroom. And it's so funny because they do sound like y'all watch it.
Yes. Did I laugh my ass out the first time I saw it? And every time after that, 100%. Oh, God, it's phenomenal. Now I want to print out like little goat scream pictures. And every time I see one of those, and I don't know, I kind of now want to intentionally break them so that they sound like that. I don't know if I can, though. I'm not skilled enough to do that. It was so perfect. It was phenomenal. Phenomenal. Great. See? Told you. Want to leave you guys with happy thoughts. Those are happy thoughts. That's what you get. Mike needs the clip. Someone sent it to him. Yeah. You got, like I said, I died laughing. And now you guys are stuck with that too. And now, every time, actually, this is great. This should be a news swoop. I should edit that and clip it down. Just like to the one poll. Absolutely. Luna Dewdrops just got back from the vet hospital. My 7-year-old German Shepherd Onyx got into naproxen a few years ago. Oh no! Praying she makes it through. Please send good thoughts. Good thoughts indeed. Prayers for the paw nerd. Prayers for the paw pet and the paw companion. Hopefully, everything ends up being okay. Okay. For those of you who are still with us, 1, please hit the like button if you haven't already. 2, if you're not subscribed, please do. It'd be awesome to see you join the ranks. 3, thank you for sticking around. 4.5 hours on replay crew. Why don't you guys, we're kind of at an impasse where I don't know what cases y'all want to cover right now. I know Corey Richards is coming up at some point in time, but if there's cases you want to cover, please leave them in the comments. I will try to check those out and figure out what it is that I want to take a look at next. Hopefully we have a live trial coming up. I know there's some things floating in the mix, but a whole lot on the docket just kind of got dropped off and resolved into finality. So if you have a case you want me to cover, please drop it in the comments, hit the like button, and I will see you guys next week. Thank you for being here. Cheers to all of you. Go out there, get out there, make something feel better. I'll see you next Friday.